I'm patching code like I'm gonna die.
Welcome everyone to more daily Linux development things here. We have to rebuild everything except things. Have you guys seen the new privilege escalation settings for Linux? Wonder if it affects T2. Apparently not. It appears in my no-text testing the exploit did not just work. Maybe just because we didn't have this config option enabled where this splice code stuff of crypto things live in. As I said yesterday, I was even joking with Intel's Clear Linux, or actually initially I was shocked years ago when I found Intel's Clear Linux and because we built our kernel fully modular, as much as possible modular, because I like modules and only code is loaded that it's used, and you can also for development just load, unload and load most things. But Intel's Clear Linux decided to link everything, like don't use modules at all. In my opinion, so they did this for performance, because then everything is in one big kernel image and the compiler and linker, they can optimize all the spaghetti stuff together. Modules, you cannot the compiler cannot optimize modules outside of the each module boundary, which is not the worst thing. I mean, let's be honest, mostly that there is not that much to optimize between an Ethernet driver and an AMD GPU or whatnot. But anyway, and maybe that is why it does not just work, because we just don't have all the random shit enabled. So yeah, which is also why we don't enable SSHD by default. We don't ship sudo by default. If you want sudo, then T2 install sudo. Sudo had probably a handful of privilege escalation bugs also over the last 20 years or last decades. So yeah, basically the T2, the BSD, the Berlin software distribution, the most BSD-like Linux distribution. Turns out if you don't ship and enable all random ship by default, then yeah, you're not affected by all security vulnerabilities. Don't delay, install twice as secure stuff Linux today. So we have some things to do. Welcome everyone. For one thing, like his Horizon is still off. Let's log into the other Horizon. Let's log into data. And okay, this data was also already running. I woke it up already some minutes ago. Let's quickly do updates and then let's start the build we want to release. Oh, this is also new IP now for DHCP reasons, whatever. Do we have that running? Yes. So that's the Qualcomm. We want to work on this. I want to figure out, like, if I procrastinate this longer, then it will only be days and weeks that I will be disappointed. Eventually I need to figure out why this ARM stuff does not work reliably anyway. When are we returning to RISC-V? Well, we did all the week RISC-V. That series was so challenging. My favorite. Which series of, like, the board? The deep computing RISC-V board, or which one? Or the 4 years ago FPGA thing? We will constantly, so I cannot only do RISC-V, especially if I want to run some of my things in production. Then I need to eventually figure out why some things do not work the best. And of course, in general, figuring out why, and welcome everyone. Karuga. If the faster the one about the board. Yeah, the sport will continue. Well, I mean, first of all, I also run a company, right? And I also need to advance T2. We want to release. So I cannot fully AHDS syndrome things here. I also sometimes need to concentrate on actually advancing our business and our core interest. And we were working towards the release. So like now this days is polishing the release. We polished this yesterday. We tested this even on ARM. So I guess, so if we wanted to totally cheap out, we would not need to rebuild x86-64, but because we pretend to be somewhat professional, I will spend the extra euro of electrons and rebuild for 4 hours x86-64, because otherwise I mean, do we really need this? Not really. The difference. I mean, I could also diff the compiler if there is even any meaningful difference. But we could rebuild, like we could still think about it. In a way, it's a waste of resources to rebuild x86-64 desktop just with GCC. So the difference is GCC snapshot from days ago to like, there's probably not even a change except the compiler says it's, I mean, we could fake it. Like, you know what would be clever? What would be, like every big American mega corporation would fake it and would just rebuild the compiler. But we also want to build, so we build ARM. We need to rethink what we want to release. We will actually, the one thing I wanted to build now was RISC-V, but we will not build RVA23 because I'm the nearly only one who has hardware. And so we will ship RVA22 so that it at least works on all the last gen or current gen boards, which is still a compromise. I mean, theoretically, we would not even need to do that. Theoretically, we could build our RISC-V totally generic so that it works on all the latest boards. I mean, maybe we should just do that. In a way, this RVA22, I mean, it's also so little like some bit manipulation. You know what, maybe we just build RVA. The other stuff, like if you have a RISC-V board, you could just like, for 5. That's the thing, right? Like Ubuntu, Ubuntu only do RVA23 and then it works for nobody. It's like, fine for me, just use T2 Linux. Yeah, I wanted to RVA22, but then that's the difference. It's like, yeah, okay, we built RV22, like you decide this between walking home and stuff in the sun, and then you sit in the office like, yeah, maybe even RVA22. That's why we brainstorm here, right? Like sometimes it's like speaking out some stuff loud. It's like, okay, maybe it sounds optimized, but maybe it's not really the best idea to build something that nearly nobody can run. Because even RVA22 only enthusiasts have from last year, right? That would not even run on my RISC-V Ripper. From Orma, I think this would only, so like RVA22 would only run on my Milkvia macOS and obviously the deep computing. It's like, yeah, anyway. What is RISC-V board? So for the RISC-V board, we mostly, I mean, it's solved. What is actually, I mean, yeah, so RISC-V is upstreaming. And then Power VR graphic, like, so most things are kind of solved. We also need to find ways to encourage these corporations to donate a bit into our tip jar. So what we will do, but this X1-Elite today will be similar to RISC-V, and hey, it's actually advanced RISC machines, so it's RISC-V 2. We need to figure out, so that will be similar of fiddling around on low-level things. We need to figure out why it often or currently always only has half of the performance. It totally sucks. And that's actually the one thing. Usually I procrastinate some things, sometimes some months, because I have just so much to do. But like this machine, I wanted to run more in production to save some electrons here, to save my hard-earned donation money. And then it sucks, like if I want to use just this machine for energy efficiency, and then it's only half as fast. The performance already was only like 13950X performance from years ago, so halving that certainly totally sucks. Okay, let's power on the Ryzen. Alright, we could actually build Titanium because we don't always build it. So we need to check. Yeah, and thank you for asking. Thank you for staying, being here, for membering, for super thanking. I guess we should build Titanium because we don't build it that often, and so usually we have this core set of architectures like x86, ARM64, RISC-V 64. Then it's a little bit fuzzy. The problem is PowerPC Big Endian doesn't fully work with KDE anyway. Maybe we just build PowerPC 64 LE. That's the thing, like theoretically PowerPC 64 Little Endian super high performance, but so few people have it, right? So yesterday there's a AAA desktop that config is enabled. So I saw yesterday that in AAA desktops affected config is enabled as module. Strange. Is it loaded, this module? Maybe some other. Yeah, I mean, I tested this on a slightly older T2, like on data, and it didn't work. The exploit didn't work. Data tested it. Notech tested it independently. Didn't work for him. I mean, we could. I mean, unless on a system D based system something. Does this exploit say it would? But this wasn't in the VM, so I tested that here actually. Yeah. I'm not even running the latest kernel because I'm not updating data or my non-internet internet connected things that I probably should. I probably should, like, maybe as part of our continuous binary update production, maybe I should auto binary update all my server systems, and then I would also instantly know when stuff fails. Okay, so that we need to log in, otherwise our Ryzen auto suspense. I guess Linux kernel something fixed stability, because since 6.19 my Ryzen 1750X resumes much more reliably. Sir, which distro? You must be new here, because otherwise you... I thought in the meantime I'm nearly as famous as Linus Torvalds, man. I'm running my own Linux distribution. I have run many things in the past, including Sway and Hyperland, but currently I use KDE Plasma. Or currently, I probably, like currently and going forward, I use KDE Plasma so that I test. Hyperland would be enough for me, but I want to test what users use at home, so that when my parents complain that their T2 desktop doesn't print or whatever, that I know that I mean, some things in KDE Plasma are nice, right? Like some system settings, and I hear some Dolphin file manager things. I mean, that's the thing is called Dolphin is also ridiculous, but yeah. It's yeah. Which distro desktop? Good. So only desktop and stuff that runs on everything. Yes, I continue because I want to know why this isn't fast. We continue this now. We just sorted some things, so that's here. Oh, is this an LVM update again? So this is here leftover of semi-automated update stuff. So this Vulkan we only update every other day. It's otherwise too often and too random. Libico. The question is, will it break something? I mean, Electron we don't even... Probably doesn't work, like I only packet this for lols. If you want this to work. Oh, data just did this. So you're the one. Thanks, cool. Could you please check for me if this went in resume work? No, it did. It did not work for me. Does it work for you? Or did it work? So what? No, I don't know if it does work. Did it work? Maybe it does work. But one thing, so what definitely doesn't work is Wake on LAN. The one thing I use for my systems, because that's a dev kit and I use it as a build server. It doesn't work for you? Do you have a serial console? Yes, I have serial console. Yesterday it was on the serial console. Because that's a dev kit, it has a micro USB serial console UART. Doesn't work for you, that's interesting. So what definitely doesn't work, so I don't quite remember. I could test this. So the one thing that definitely doesn't work is wake on LAN. Maybe it worked otherwise though, because Maybe it otherwise worked. It did just not work from LAN. Ask cloud. What do you mean closed? What do you mean ask cloud? Yeah, cloud is now 664. Which 66 latest? We usually are on the latest things, basically, mostly, except when we overlook something. If you find something not the latest, please send a note or a patch, or also I need coffee. That's interesting that suspend doesn't work for you. Are you on Ubuntu technology preview thing, or what are you running? Do you have data on your latest downloads using CPU architectures? Just curious. No, I haven't. I'm not in the business of collecting data. I mean, sometimes I grab the web server log and sources just to get an idea. Obviously, stuff like Apple, like PowerPC is more popular for. That's the thing, right? People are delete. So PowerPC is the more popular because people have Power Macintosh and PS3 or Nintendo Wii and stuff, and then ARM. And then the rest is very minimal. I mean, obviously, most people here run T2 on x86, like probably 90%. And then, like, ballpark stuff, right? I mean, obviously, there are only few DEC Alpha users. There are only few SGI Octane SGI MIPS users. I mean, some ISOs are not downloaded at all because who has Super H, right? Which, ironically, T2 developer here, Foxtrot, is running T2 on Super H. Yeah, stuff like that. But I want the ISOs anyway, and welcome, Foxtrot. What? What do you mean what? What do you mean what? Super H, you like that it's not downloaded? Also, the Super H ISO is probably too big to just use on a Dreamcast, but unfortunately I'm using the Ubuntu concept because, as mentioned yesterday, it carries Linaro patches. Well, we carry also these patches. We might even carry more patches, but I understand. I mean, what's the Ubuntu? The main difference between T2 and the Ubuntu concept image is that they have wired uploading this device tree stuff that's not wired up in T2 Linux. I have this on my to-do. That is the main So patches, maybe we even have more better and newer. But obviously, Phoronix is not reporting about us because go fuck the little ones, the small boys, and people in their garage and tinkering stuff. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But I also don't care about the downloads. If nobody is downloading, I don't know, Itanium, then YOLO, as long as it works for my machines, right? So I do this for me to enjoy my computers, and if it works for you, that's great. And if not, then YOLO. Then you need to use the Ubuntu concept image. So YOLO. It's not like our core business depends on this. Like, we are not like Tesla or whatever. A little bit sugar today, but at least it's tasty with more sugar. So, and so this X1-Elite was working slightly better until, so I mean, it was this glitchy, I had this performance issue since day one. Since it was donated maybe last October or so, like I have it like due probably half a year now. I had this stupid performance, like have you ever checked your performance? By the way, you did not write, which one do you have? You didn't write this, right? Which laptop do you have? Lenovo or HP or what other things exist there? In retrospect, I should have investigated instantly, but the thing is, the reality is simply I don't really have more time. So it's easy said, like I should have investigated it earlier. I was like, usually I until I realized that performance fluctuates, I was like, usually I rebooted a couple of times until performance was good. But now right now, no amount of rebooting makes performance good again. So. Does sound Bluetooth work? EL. Yeah, viewer donated this, like 25 years of hard work, and then some fans sent me this. That's amazing. Microsoft Surface. So currently sound does not work in EL2, but I do not know whether that is EL2 related. Or actually, okay, to be fair, so visit patches that I collected all the best patches like everyone does. Sharing is caring and stuff. So I collected all the best patches I could find, rebased them, rediffed them, and fixed them and stuff. And audio was working, except like, but this only has some headphone out, right? Like, so audio on this one headphone out or whatever. So I had, like, initially without EL2, I had a ALSA device, but the headphone jack didn't work. So, but the thing is, I'm using it as a build server. I didn't care. But I did see we could reboot today and test this and document this and fix this. The thing is, obviously I don't need audio on my build server, so that is why I did not look into that. Theoretically, of course, we should. But, Microsoft Surface 7th edition. Interesting. What does not work for you? Or does everything work? Does everything except suspend work, or? I thought suspend to memory worked, but suspend to disk didn't work. But then it was useless for me anyway. I think this is how I remember this. But this is with EL1 with hypervisor. I did not even test it with EL2 because so suspend would only be useful for me if wake over Ethernet, wake over magic Ethernet packet worked, and it doesn't. Currently, when it suspends, it disables the PCI controller or bus or PCI device completely. For me, for suspend and resume to be usable, which I work on, ironically, I use on all my x86 servers. I said this a couple of times, for energy efficiency reasons, we suspend all our servers to memory and disk here when nobody's using them. So that is why the suspend, like, as much as it was working or not, it's useless to me if I cannot remotely wake it up with an Ethernet package. Which theoretically I probably could look into it. But then I have 1,000 to-dos, right? So basically, because it's a build server, I need to optimize my time, right? Except like now I talked to you for 10 minutes. But I need to optimize my time. I cannot debug every curiosity always instantly, except if the Linux Foundation would send more money, which currently they said none. Like if some sovereign tech fund or Linux Foundation would send you some paycheck sometimes, that would help. Because then I wouldn't need to do my exec code, paperless office, and exec scan support things. Or debug OCR. Like, the last months I made data matrix recognition better and patch code here. User K, lawyer K, my patch codes are not recognized. It's like, what do you mean? I programmed this 10 years ago. What do you mean it doesn't? Spoiler, they printed them wrong. But now exec code, don't delay exact scan, latest release from this week also recognizes wrongly printed patch codes. Yeah, to finance all my risk debugging hobby. About patches, about performance in Discord. They handled paper wrong. No, they printed it wrong. The reason this didn't recognize, like, so the thing is, like, this pattern recognizes very often in text. So I programmed this to be printed according to the specification, which has some, like, so they didn't handle paper wrong. They probably clicked in Apple's preview on the default print scaling wrong. So they printed some US letter on DIN A4 or they printed DIN A4 on US letter, whatever. Anyway, Apple thinks of, yeah, this Apple user was printing wrong. They were printing it wrong. But anyway, But that's the kind of stuff, like 10 years later, a customer comes like, my patch code does not recognize this. Like, I thought like you, which compiler bug, I was like, which compiler, which latest Xcode Clang compiler bug miscompiles my 10-year-old barcode recognition code. But now they printed it wrong. Anyway, so let's do things. Someone mentioned performance. Where? Which one? Where? Here? Where? What? Which performance Discord things of? Someone said something about patches, about the performance. Someone said something about patches, but not ARM patches, right? Or this one, or that, or what? No, I don't. Anyway. So, what's here with an edit is not selected? What is that even? Why is it not selected? Didn't build because advanced multi-language programming. Here, look what I found. Probably doesn't just fix that, but there is no, I think we should not disable packages. I guess it was disabled because it didn't build for someone. I could SVN blame that, but I could also, oh, I have, wait, what is, it's, why did it make a sound? Ah, but that's Spark. That's different. Ah, okay. We're talking ARM. That's probably unrelated because the thing does a strange performance thing already longer. But thank you. This one I was aware of. It just this just didn't correlate with ARM. So regarding packages, that was our Discord, yes. But to motivate people at least donate $1 sometimes. We are hiding the Discord so that not everyone gets on my nerves all day long, and at least I get $1 for that. Right? Join the Discord today by sharing, liking, by donating $1 through any means you prefer here the most. Super thanks, super chat, Patreon, go buggy. Lestive doing. So regarding disabling packages, okay, YOLO, whatever. I'm not even building that here now. We should only disable packages if they cause harm. In, for example, third-party kernel modules that don't build and break the build or stuff. If it is just someone's Joe editor, we should not disable that by default. Even if it doesn't build, then it's... Which might be shocking to you. 20 years ago, no, 25 years ago, like at Rock Linux 2 times, when I was, as a student, even in university, lectures and stuff, sitting with my iBook and fixing things, I had Rock Linux 2 or stuff down when back in that time we probably had 1,900 packages, and I built them all on like probably an Athlon 2500 XP Plus or so. And at that time I had on x86 all packages, all of the 1,900 something packages or however I had all to build except like 20 or 17 or so, which took a whole week to fix, like a whole full-time week of 40, 50, 60 hours day and night. I mean, we are far off. Like now, like after 20 years of bitrot, like these days, it's like, poof, we're lucky when half of the package is built, right? Which is kind of sort of plus minus, give or take. Okay, X1-Elite things. Do we finally here... Nowadays, I don't even care anymore, right? Like nowadays, did I even build this? Oh no, I didn't build this because, oops. Yes, I didn't build this because, of course I didn't. So, Yeah, it's a community effort, right? I mean that 600 packages of KD Plasma built without error is already an achievement. Like I'm not sitting here all month and fix yeah, Zig is last year's LVM Clang, like it's not my department. CI system to check changed packages, don't break others. No, not on that level. We don't have funding for that. But also, we mostly care about the base desktop set, which is 600, 700 packages, KD EQT and things. If some random stuff, like basically that also, like this is how the Xorg Foundation, like we cannot burn $60,000 like some other years. The Xorg Foundation, I kid you not, burn $60,000, as you can read on Foronics. I cannot burn $60,000 on randomly tough stuff. Also, in a way, I mean, first of all, that is the wrong thing. Like the main thing that's broken are usually drivers and stuff. Don't you like Nix? It has a build cache. No, I don't want a cache, I want to test this stuff. We also have C cache. I don't like Nix, I like T2. The one thing that's mostly broken is old hardware. So if we had continuous integration, like usually this continuous integration stuff is like this kind of interdependency things are relatively easy to fix, not like old X drivers like totally not working or a 486 and stuff. I also think like we are open, like in a way, this is this modernization, this post-modern world of you need to continuous integration. You see at Linux kernel and Xorg, they only do some build testing, or mostly. And at the end, all the drivers don't work anyway, or you have security things. I'd rather test other things. Like I feel like, or in my experience, I should stop saying I feel like. From my experience, most of the continuous integration is mostly waste of resources and time and things. And we should test more, but we should test the right things, not. And also, we are an underfunded open source project, so like outsourcing this a little bit, like Microsoft and Apple outsource all their beta testing to the users anyway. Like, why should I spend $60,000 in continuous integration stuff and I can outsource it too? It's also much more fun for you to have some random build errors to fix, right? Where would be the fun if it not some build errors? So, right, this one. Both not. This other Symfony build. So this is already a Qualcomm X1-Elite, and that's exactly why I wanted to make this better here. What's with libical? Actually, libical might be bootstrap relevant. Why does this one? Please found Java things of wonderful. Java binding things. Do we not have? Did they change to CMake maybe? Oh, this was already CMake. Oh, this was commented out. Oops. Why was this? Didn't even see that. Yeah, this configures surprisingly long. That's precisely why we need to improve. Chris, welcome. How are you doing? What you up to recently? How are your job things doing? Might be fun for the devs to find them, but not for the normal users which can't program at all. I think we need more time to test this between RC builds and... Yeah, if just we had Chris. We ship a relatively big base system, right? So, I mean, yeah. Again, don't ask me to test more. Just learn a little bit more programming and send some patch a week. Maybe we have, do we have this installed? Oh, we had this partially. Yeah. I cannot fix more. Also, like, the idea was that we ship a full-featured desktop and that people install their Flatpaks, right? What we could do, theoretically, we could establish a binary cache, at least for one or two main architectures, or three, like x86 or four, x86, 687. So AIM x86 to 64, 686, ARM64, and PowerPC 64, big endian or stuff. And optionally, but we would not necessarily always have the latest version, so we could theoretically, maybe it would be a good idea, like, it's a little bit like Debian, of like, hey, we have most of the packages, and then like we could then, like, do you want to install like libical 40 from source, or do you want a binary cache thing you get 398 from yesterweek or whatever? Off-topic question. I'm learning for my final exam, software engineering, kind of feel overwhelmed. How do you approach tasks that overwhelm you? Any tips? Gosh, you have so difficult questions. Any tips in the audience here? Any viewer tips? I guess only, I mean, maybe digital detox and just sit, concentrate, and get through it. I don't know. Is that a tip? Have other people other tips for overwhelming? Or maybe break it down in simpler things and learn modules step by step until you fully understand. You want more users, but if it's broken, send a patch. How do you expect that to go for most people users? Well, most things are working, right? Like, we ship a fully working desktop. Like, people ask about very exceptional things here. I expect the desktop to be 99% enough for most people, and then they install some Flatpak and whatnot. And Gen Z have problems with attentions. Yeah, just quit all your social media stuff and you will be 10x engineer. I get it's difficult. No, to be fair, we make a Pixfly and make, like, you can also, like, not even in Debian or whatnot, everything builds, right? You cannot expect like some 15-year-old sound editors that the author is abundant to build. We could delete more bitrot, but or like if people build some not that popular thing on Spark and stuff, like, we have a base system with full desktop and everything works, but if you then install a video editor on Spark or Blender on Spark, then some manual assembly might be required, right? I mean, we make it better. The more you show, like, subscribe pattern and stuff, like hiring a coworker would help, like not only for exact scan but also for these things here, right? Okay, this libical stuff is a little bit funny, which, okay, that's probably Toxigen things. Let me delete. I'm not even versus. I expect people installing the desktop and be somewhat happy with, like, we install LibreOffice, Firefox, Thunderbird, QEMU, right? There's also a little bit of a limit. Like, basically, we ship a base OS thing that does more than Apple, macOS, and Microsoft Windows out of the box. So there should also be a little bit satisfaction and expectations and stuff, right? I mean, Sang is a little bit near, maybe that's. We probably need a better filtering thing here. I mean, maybe this is also from. How did I just graph is? Probably related, maybe not. So, Qualcomm. Let's see if this cross builds in a second. So that's that. Then let's push this to GitHub. This will also like, that's also the thing, like this should not be manually triggered. That should obviously run automated, but like my idea was I automate this all in the Qualcomm for energy efficiency. Just in months time I did not get this. I mean, I had to hack the hypervisor stuff to break out of the hypervisor. Okay, on comment on Twitch there, for your studies working through past papers was always, what do you mean past papers? Your past papers or other people's past, like university professor archive of past paper? Anyway, past papers always some strategies that help focus on exam. Go out. Oh, you mean to for the things? Yeah, going out. I mean, going out a little bit. A lot of stuff is also procrastination. You need to be careful between going out, touching some grass, and procrastination. Yes, it's shell is just bash. I don't need fancy things. Okay, we should. So what we want to build, we want to build releases here. I should. Okay, let's build one by one. Which one do we need next? Yeah, okay, let's just ship generic desktop, I guess. Also, which was Polkit, right? Like, what did I yesterday rebuild Polkit? So UDEV needs to build before that. I probably had this deleted with accidentally. Wait, UDEV? No, init system D. Let's see, what did we... No, what did I have there? Should this not? Or is this? Oh, is this a thing of parallel building? Maybe parallel building is. Maybe parallel building is actually breaking this. Oh no, it is there already. Yeah, it was there already. Okay, then I also don't know. Then so what? Let's make a review. Oh, Chris is here. Are you still here, Chris? What do we? How are you doing? I'm normally. So what is your, Chris, what is your, what are your most important architectures that you want to use T2 with? Oh, here, copyright date, 2003, 2006. Here, most important. Don't steal my build all this T2 distribution 6. Actually, here's so do we so 586. I mean, I guess it's a little bit different for desktop. So that was previously actually Itanium was in our most. I guess for desktop we would want this kinder 780 or for SSE2 for Firefox to be a little bit faster usable. I mean, it runs on less things, but realistically, okay, so 686. So 686 ARM PowerPC, so PowerPC things Spark. Okay, x86 is anyway whatever. So this would be the main things. Are this the main things that we want to ship the desktop mostly with? What did we desktop previously? I mean, Octane. So last release, what did we build? Okay, the last release actually we didn't stop building. We did titanium. Oh, we did titanium. Okay, that's basically, okay, the last time we added that here and that. I mean, that's the thing. PowerPC 64 Little Onion is the modern things and the more working thing, and but I feel like only a handful of very elite rich people have that, right? I mean, that's it's probably only myself and I and 5 other people. I mean, that's the crazy stuff, right? We built this for like 5 people in the world or so, which... And even the PowerPC laptop people, that's not even here for the PowerPC laptop people. But it's... Okay, that's basically what we have there, at least except this. So this was extra. Yeah, okay, that's basically what we built last time. Managed to keep maintaining projects alive for months. Like for me personally, I always ended up abandoning and starting new projects. I mean, I'm 25 years finishing it, right? But the open source world is moving. Yeah, the thing is, Big Endian, I mean, in series, the problem is on Big Endian, KDE currently does work so little. I mean, to keep things slightly different, we could build slightly different things. This is an... Yeah. Okay, we gathered some data points. How could we rename our project to get more funding? Because currently it's not the most attractive for companies. Like if I speak with companies, and first of all, T2 what? And second of all, even if they like T2 is amazing, it's not the most attractive thing to sponsor. How can we need to rebrand in some kind of popular way of Linux Foundation, like Free Desktop, something like Free Desktop and Linux Foundation, a name that companies find so attractive to actually give us money. Because we also have still Firefox to fix for Big Endian. 32-bit. Yeah, we were busy with all the other things. I know. We need to... The thing is that's upstream so deleted, we need some special old glibc build. We will do that before the next big show. But first, like currently I have some companies that are at least somewhat interested in T2, so I first need to do framework laptop boot support things, right? I think I test booted something there, right? T-all2 TAI. And visitors companies are usually attracted if you put AI in the naming. Yes, I know. But we are not... I mean, we do not really do AI. So that would be putting an AI label on T2 doesn't really help as long as we're not AI. And also we won't get funding of maintaining the open source world, right? I mean, some name like Free Software Foundation would fit, right? The actual getting things maintained and fixed foundation, but yeah, we need I agree with NoTech. It was a joke. I mean, I was joking to rename T2 to A1, and then it's like A1 as in AI Linux. I mean, all the generic names like Free Software Foundation and Free Desktop Foundation are, of course, taken. Okay, let's get stuff done. I guess we test build with RISC-V. one more test build and then the others overnight or so. Actually, the question on YouTube was how do we manage, because like for me T2 is like a significant, like there is no other Linux and I would use no other Linux. So I mean, the thing is, we should normalize. I mean, abandoning projects is kind of fine. We should normalize abandoning projects. We should normalize making money with, like, even I need to get so much better at actually making money with this stuff here. And then like it's totally normal. Like nobody forces you to maintain shit forever for free, at least, and stuff. But the question is, what projects do you abandon? Like your personal car renovation, your car restoration, your software projects. Let's get stuff done. So we could actually boot without EL2 and see what that changes it, if anything, because currently the performance is awful and I hate awful performance. Also, the coffee's getting cold. So that performance probably bad. And thank you for the viewer less yesterday asking if this font is bold or not. Yeah, this performance bad. Okay, let's test boot without KVM and see what happens. But previously without EL2 it was also fast. So it should not be that, but let's take that out of the equation. Then let's boot default 1 4x0. So normal is, I guess, this one. And then not do this curse stuff here. And that should work like this, right? Just normal booting like that. I thought I was using this kernel. Let's reboot. Let's plug in the Stereo console. Good cutman grub, is that why? I need to check. Also, the cutman. I saw a change. So I'm aware that, like, so I only have 32 gigs of memory, which maybe I should give it to the DOS dude and solder me 64 on there. Maybe I should also just buy another ARM device. I need to check what this cutman does. But so I've seen there was some instability things with ThinkPads with 64 gigs of memory or whatever. And there was a kernel address space. So basically there was somewhere in some driver, maybe PCIe or so, I saw a change the last month somewhere. They had some address mark of address bits, and this was clipped to whatever 36 or whatever is 32 gigs of memory or whatever. So I guess that cut mem of 64 gigs is not needed anymore with this change. But I don't even have such a device. So what did we boot now? What did we? Okay, also Mixer Crate does not work. This might be some generic thing that should be without EL2. Let me just, everything vibrates here. I hate when everything. So how to test? Was the EL2? Hip mode not available. Okay, let's see what performance does. What was the peak performance? We probably documented this. Also, I think I had a typo here. We probably should check where all the random messages come there. Would it help if you would have help with your build server in the future? Run one myself? Not really. I'm not limited. I'm not really limited in build time. Like building all the stuff in a day is fine. What would really help is more user testing, more user reporting, like quality things, not like some random stuff. And what would help the most is more people sending quality patches of like some random package here, some random update there. I'm mostly wasting too much time of, yeah, even this X1-Elite things. Welcome everyone. So build server, I mean a little bit faster CPU, a little bit more memory, but basically relying on the availability of other people's build server would actually slow me down. Because T2 is so high performance and optimized, like building an ISO in 4 hours is fine. Or like if you're not building KDE Plasma, building a classic thing in 2 hours is fine. So yeah, like so this is bad performance. So it's not hypervisor related. That's what I previously. So I always had this issue. Did I document that here for? Yeah, it should be 3 seconds. It's basically half. Yeah. Yeah, this is bad performance. I don't think this usually makes. It's ridiculous. Can I mount hot plug USB drives versus Vert IOFS? I have no idea. What do we have? Cut mem. I think this is 64 gigs of. I think that's. Do I even? How much is full mem for you? I mean, that's not that much. This is for frame buffer things. That's not really. I'm not sure if that platform needs this. Let's try to get rid of all the warning or errors or issues there. Let's try to get more. I like your stream. That is amazing. Yeah, this is rebooting now. So good, we're building there. Can anyone share me a proven working config to build T2? Trying that for many times, broken. I know Bash, I know to bootstrap. I mean, so do you build on T2? A lot of build errors, like if you build T2 on Ubuntu or any other distribution, you often get random errors. I mean, also one package, like, I mean, also it depends what precisely you build, right? Like best, like if everything in general builds, but just not one package, like if you cannot fix that yourself, then maybe join the Discord and ask others. As this builds. It boots long. Because currently, currently we need EFI. Actually, can we EFI boot var now? Man, I want Lua to build in 3 seconds and not in 8. Why did this previously work? Don't scratch your eyeballs. It causes changes to prescription access over time. You mean like I just did? Did I just do that? T2 SDN VirtualBox. Is VI really that big of a deal? No, it's a small deal. All I want is a small tiny little editor. I don't need a monstrosity. Maybe we should get all... Maybe we should get rid of all those warnings here. Error, init failed. Okay, let's... I mean, it's... Maybe we should get rid of all of those things here. The question is just how. I also wonder... Can I easily mount... So this kernel was supposed to be fast previously. So systemd is using Google time by default. That pretty much sucks. Maybe we should change that. Completely clean T2 only environment. I tried doing using normal. I mean, having just one package not built sounds like a minor thing that we would need to see the error, right? Like, I cannot really remote fix things here. I fixed already everything that I see. So what do we have here? Reason none, manage, device, info, network manager. Detected conflict. Hostname conflict, change T2 to T9. Are you bloody kidding me? It changes conflict to, like, how dare you have two T2 things on the network? Holy shit. We're at T9 now. I mean, supporting build things remotely is pretty hard and time consuming. As you see, I'm really full-time busy. I mean, it builds for me, and everything that doesn't build for me I fix, so yeah, I mean, I once I checked what packages you need to install for things to build, I should do a test build on a completely clean T2 install and documents this better. Now that T2 otherwise is amazing, we probably should do that. So okay, let's first disable here some random stuff, because the main difference is how can we the main difference is that this is a new system, new user space. Now it's the same kernel that was fast, so firmware update, refresh timer. This was also once upon a time working, and So where do we... Oh, do we not have USB not working at all? Where is my... Maybe there is some really strange thing going on if some of those devices do not fully work. It's why does this not work? Or is this just not a Getty? But it says welcome there, log in. Why does this USB not work at all? Wait, this... This also doesn't work. Maybe there's some really strange performance thing going on if some of those drivers do not work. I guess we have here this probably... I mean, one of those... Maybe this one here, pp. I mean, it failed. Stop. Which one was here? PMIC things of... Failed to cook. Maybe we should figure out which of those things does what. Maybe it's not boosting correctly or who knows what. Oh, wait a second. Oh. I did not copy the firmware over. Sitting, staring at the broken pieces, never had the privilege of witness a complete product in action. You mean with T2? Yeah, I got the firmware. I mean, right now I don't have the firmware partition in there anymore. That is why this shit doesn't work. I mean, that also explains why maybe without some of the stuff it doesn't boost and work correctly. The question is now, oh damn. Yeah, so yeah, good reminder. How do I totally forgot about that? That's also why we don't have USB in the... Yeah, this was why we don't have USB in the init.rd. I wondered... Ah. Oh, no, we don't have... Wait, no, we have a problem. Or does... Oh no, we have the problem of even getting the firmware. Oh, I mean, okay, we could, because now my USB doesn't work. Okay, we can SCP it. Let's plug it in here. Totally forgot about the firmware situation. Ah, yeah, that's why theoretically I need another device anyway, which I need to social engineer myself an X1-Elite. Thank you, Andre. I constantly forget about the small things because I just have... By the way, don't think GPU or SEP shader work EL2. GPU does work instead of SEP, so that totally works. Instead of SEP shaders, it's doing something slightly... There is a patch to then do something slightly different then. So yeah, maybe a lot of information is also outdated. Also currently I booted without It's like, yeah, it's public holiday. I mean, other people demonstrating there for shit. Like, maybe stop demonstrating random shit and just do cool things. Like, can you stop noise polluting my city? Can you just go home and drink a beer, man? But when my child plays on a public holiday, calling 111, child isn't loud. 75-year-old dying neighbor. How dare this kid plays too loud? But then, anyway, thinking install Linux on my laptop, which is the best distro. T2. We only run T2 Linux here. So, where am I here? I need to be here. Did we rename that already? Ah, we didn't. But I have an old partition where the firmware should be on. I should rename this also. Once I fill this rename stuff, I hate this rename stuff there. This is yeah, there is so much to do on this Qualcomm, including we need to auto-extract the firmware from Windows. I have this on my to-do. The thing is, if I not like just this, what? I only like for 25. What do you want me to recommend? I work on Linux distribution for 25 years. I literally started doing desktop Linux in 1998, and people's like, what desktop Linux should I run? Like mine, of course. Like, do you? What question is it? Like, if you want another Linux, go to Linus Tech Tips and watch a private plane. Okay. Here you see T2 Linux. We're not a private plane company. We are a Linux company. So dev SDA, I think I had that here somewhere, 17. This must be here too. The question is, where was all the firmware? Only in Qualcomm? May, June. Then gen stuff GPU. I mean, I could also rsync all the firmware. Okay, we have here some things, right? Including newer things. Actually, some stuff is upstream now, huh? Oh, that Symlinks to... Why is this so stupid? So only substitute for Symlinks is more Symling? I mean, obviously, what do you call... Does it not look full-time? Like, you guys have, like, what's full-time for you? You guys, you question, man. Like, I literally work harder than Elon Musk, because he usually runs around and, like... How full stream do you want? Like how full stream is Yeah, you get the idea. What did you live stream last year? 1,000 hours or what was it? Let me. You guys, your questions. May is here. First to here. Time. Oh, 1,294. Like basically 1,300. 1,300 hours live on Twitch. Is that full time enough? Plus before and after, and on flights and stuff. Does it look full time or does it look half time? Do I get, what level of approval do I get here? Thundercom, huh? How many difficult? Where are these? We don't have any Thundercom, do we? But the question is, do we need more? No, it wants Thundercom there. How much more is missing? I don't want to just rsync everything over there. Oh, libical. Oh, here. I thought that will break, and it broke. If not OpenJDK or not at... Wait. If not OpenJDK or at stage. So what things do we get here now? So I wonder where this cursed thing here comes from. What is left of all those messages? There is still sound wire. The display anyway. Let's see. As a display, I had the issue. I always had the issue that on most displays that only works after replugging. Elon Musk. Well, when Elon Musk says, I mean, first of all, I work 100 hours a week, but when Elon Musk says he works 100 hours a week, he means he's shit trolling and he's shit posting and doom scrolling 100 hours a week and sometimes jumping on some women, making kids or so, as everyone he can get hold of, allegedly. So please don't compare me with Elon Musk. So that's still not fully working. Maybe more firmware. That here is still a thing. GCC clock controller. So did this fix here anything? Bound GPU not found using. I mean, these things here could be normal. I learned already that they are normal. Oh, here. But do we have... Now it says here But we don't have any. I think this didn't fix anything yet. Although we have, okay, dear GPU works. No, I guess that might potentially maybe not have been there previously. Yeah, this is such a mess. This should totally not be programmed like this. I always hated that here. Also like this fixed dependency cycles, right? Totally normal things. Here's actually, oh, this is, okay, I don't really need that, but nah. And we could for a test see what performance does currently. I'm not fans of Elon Musk. What the heck are you writing there? Can you stop your strange scrolling things? Okay, it's probably related to all this mess here. And S also does this EFI vars, does this mount? Oh, look at this. This EL1 it mounts. This I didn't know. I hate this shit. How to even register this? Boot order 1. Yeah, I mean that's not there. Maybe that is why we get. I hate this EFI boot manager thing. How do we register this? I don't want to use. I have this custom stuff. So yeah, and today we learned. EFI stuff doesn't work with EL2. Wasn't aware of that. What was this number here? This was B. Was it 0001? I hate this, man. Windows boot manager. I don't have any more. Not boot order recovery. How do we set up our thing? EFI grep T2, where do we do that? Here. Device P EFI access thing. Shit, it's native mouse grep. Just don't give me native mouse grep. Just make mouse work, man. And now we lost this. Yeah, boot EFI, that stuff. What do we need? We need EFI GPT. Device P. What was the name? That one here, of course. Let's just make this booting fast again. Damn it, what was the device thing? How did we do that? Device grep proc mounts P device. What stuff did we YOLO together there? What was it before? Oh, it has some UUID. Oh, I hate this. Honestly, how does it even get started in OS development? Use to write text editor and compile features. So lost when it comes to OS stuff. Like first you need to understand low-level things. Read some computer architecture books. Before you don't understand computer architecture, don't even try. So we substitute there some complex stuff away, which I mean, can we? Maybe we can reuse this. Not automatically. we don't have boot EFI. Wait, we can mount this. You know what? Just so that our stuff works more better. If we now reinstall things boot EFI, T2 GPT stuff. Let's hope that is still. Let's hope this didn't screw anything up. This here really sucks. Why is it still doing that? This is why I did this EFI stuff. This totally slows down my boot now. It does that since I removed the original SSD. It does it. Do I use autocomplete? No, mostly not. Why should I? Why should I mess? Because this autocomplete stuff is usually it's destroying my concentration. I want to be able to follow my thoughts. Maybe it specs remembers original install at some 40, 15, 15 crazy Windows partitions. Like maybe it. I don't know why it's trying to do that here. I only know that it's bloody fucking annoying. Yeah, Qualcomm quality engineering. Kinda takes even longer than before. I heard that there's a new Windows things with the new one is X2, this here is X1. I mean, we just overrode. I mean, if we're super unlucky, we just overrode grub with this feels longer. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Oh, that is when grub is trying to access shit. Also, we just broke it. Cool. Let's get a screwdriver. Oh shit, I thought I'm done with it. Now I need to peel the heatsink off of it again. What I need is next I need a, you know, this cheap Chinese like on the desk NVMe things. So it looks a little bit dangerous, like you fry your things. Like, so I need that. This SSD is nicely warm though. Does it fit with the heatsink in there? I don't need to peel the heatsink off. Yeah, that is why I hate to touch. That is why I need a second cheap. Second, I probably should somehow, I mean, not only should I social engineer Qualcomm to someone to give me one. Does it fit with the heatsink? Please. Here, fits with the heatsink. Here, beauty. Now I only one thing less to peel off. Yeah, that's why I need a second device for testing. Like, to have your fastest ARM device randomly broken is not ideal. I need to be careful with this thing hanging off of my. What's going on here? Lib icon object false to. Is too missing or too low? Oh, cool, man. But regarding Labor Day, I mean, aren't public holidays for open source, right? Or what were public holidays made for? Isn't that what the Sovereign Tech Fund told us? Like, go work on your AAA embedded Linux for free on public holidays? Something like that they said, right? Wait, is it even... So that's a grub config. That's our grub config. It's not what we wanted. All we needed was do we even use this grub config here? I'm confused. Yeah, this boot stuff is annoying. What did I have there? But we should actually always use a file. I think I built this in, like, this is actually much better. Because then you can edit this. That's a genius idea. Yeah, so many small things that we could improve. Yeah, I only run the grub install to, I hope nothing else. I only run this to register the bootloader there. AFI miniature. So that is what we had previously here. Is that even our UUI? Is this our... Wish me luck. Let's put it in there without screwing it in for a test second. Okay, I pulled the power. But that's exactly what I mean, whether Raspberry Pi or whatnot. All this incompatible stuff, like it should just work, but no, you need to go through all kinds of hops and hurdles and things. But now we know that all these excessive messages are caused by bootloader accessing non-existing things. Okay, it's still doing this significantly, damn it. Why do we get this excessive logging? I never had this. I don't remember we got this previously. Maybe the UUID is wrong. Oh, maybe we pre-tested this in QEMU. It was also slow in QEMU. But QEMU doesn't print this. Look at this. I guess that is the UUID that... okay, I need to fix this another day. The question is whether the UUID is hard-coded in the grub binary. Ugh, I hate this booting things. Okay, we still have most of those issues. So this G-Link stuff does not work. The question is, was this another firmware? Here with supplier G-Link. I mean, we could copy some S firmware, which, why is that not there? Is this also a bug from T2 not having that? I mean, this is unrelated, and I'm not using this. Did I have that? Maybe it's the case of the module doesn't list it. Yeah, disappointing. What do those go for? Gen 7. Which day was it? 2 months ago? Probably excessively expensive, huh? Yeah, you Google like this and you get Intel. Don't buy this. Don't, how dare you buy this, because Intel, AMD, or X1-Elite. Yeah, maybe whenever. Let's just be in there. What did it want? AMSS. Why is this not there? Man, can never have too many firmware things. There already. Now there is stuff. Once more. Oh, it has a star. Holy, we don't pass star. I didn't even know that this is. I mean, okay. Oh, holy shit. We need to implement wildcard matching. By the way, do you want for SIG only new patch, one big patch, or? I mean, how big is the patch? I hope not a megabyte, but welcome, Linux users. Even more amazing would be a dollar of superthink. Have you ever thought about voting with your wallet, even every small, like even if it's just $1 or zloty or some rupian or real, or we take all the currencies as long as they are hard currencies. Good. Today we learned there is a star that explains a thing. So copy all the things. That takes long. Maybe it works now. Hello? Oh. Something not happy. Oops, unable to handle kernel paging request at virtual address. Failed to load. This is old, is that new? Cool. Reboot. I mean, can we tweak the FS? Do you like to write games or you don't really do that? Well, when I was a teenager, I liked to write games. I mean, I would like to write a game, but realistically, I don't have time. Maybe we will probably do some demos sooner than later. Should I hand out T2 Linux CDs at the next Vintage Festival we attend? Of course you should. Best for what you... I vote with my wallet and don't buy random new shit and good working old stuff. Totally, Chris. Appreciate this. I think you're even a YouTube member. Appreciate this. Would love to visit once, but satellites in the US a bit far. There are some vintage computer things in Germany too, like in Berlin was I mean, maybe we should go, but the thing is, if I go to some vintage computer thing here in Berlin, you got 200 codecs planned for 4 cons, and now I've merged 47 pull requests. Yeah, going to everything is. Also need to fix the boot time here. The boot time is annoying with all these errors. Why do we not get... Which ID is that even? Oh, that's not a valid Btrfs file system. I mean, does this work if we... Let's F stuff label non-UID. Is this a UID we have here? I think it's the UID we have there. Oops. For EF. What is it? Shit, I don't know why this boot stuff happens. That's super annoying. Does this have any embedded config? Because each reboot will take forever now. It's so filled with slop, I love it. I don't even understand its code anymore. That doesn't sound good. What do you mean? You're saying you merge cloud shit without understanding the code? glib build dogs. You cannot mix this shit up. Majorly update have everything broken. Oops. Why would they write this so strangely capitalized? Wait, what? Did I not? What is that here? Oh, the modem manager hangs. It didn't reboot because Wi-Fi driver oopsed. Wonderful. What do I mean? Pressing my eyes here? I mean, maybe this would go away if we installed grub differently. Like, Dew, is that stupid? I mean, I guess I live is like I have no time to fix. Like, yeah, you reinstall your Qualcomm and you get strange boot things. Okay, we need to optimize this. That's not ideal, but let's first get the system working properly. But as I said previously, I so totally hate Q sounds funny. So there is some direct firmware load failed, but that might be here. Or was it only that here? Oh, here's remote prog. But that's in the init RD. No, it's not in the init RD. Did I not copy that? Did I copy that wrong? Also, this year I did wrong. Pro tip: if you only want to delete one dir, use ARM dir. Then you don't accidentally recursively delete. I mean, this is not coding. That is operating a Linux. That is operating a Unix operating system on a command line. That's not even coding. Like for coding, you wanna. Like, this will blow your mind. And best hear my other video, my viral video of writing. Usually I write drivers in 3 hours from scratch. Like, but this stuff is so complexly cursed. You wanna watch this one here. This will blow your mind. Probably our forever masterpiece of viralism. Did I copy this correctly? I could post it to Twitch too, just for good measure. Did I copy that wrong or what? Wait, what did I even copy here? Lib. Oh, there's lib. Wait, what? Oh. There's this dir I didn't copy, huh? Oh, man. Oh, it's not lib. Oh, sorry. I copy and pasted this wrong. Oh, but this is there. The only thing is this is on overlay OS, not that. Don't tell me this breaks with overlay OS. I'm a full stack. Question there to Gritty Holmes. He did not contribute to this project. He's doing his own thing. He's only trolling around here. We're trying to solve. We try to better solve that. Have you seen that you can run Linux on a PS5? No, old firmware. Yes, I've seen this. I was actually like friends in the scene informed me earlier. But basically, I mean, one even offered me to buy one. But hey, like, do I look like rich like Trump or Musk? Like I'm. Unfortunately, not yet a con man and stuff. Basically for me, I mean, yeah, nice. Yes, I've seen it. For me, it's also kind of pointless. Due date for university today. Pick electronics, engineering, comp science. Want to work with some systems. The due date is today. Do I pick? Depends on what you want. How should I know, Alexi? Yeah, for me, I mean, if you get a PS5 cheap, but yeah, would be cool if, yeah. Basically, I don't really need that, right? Also, like this modern consoles, I don't really have interest in these modern consoles because they're just x86, right? So, why should I waste my time with this vendor locked in stuff when I can just use x86 Linux? I'm not really sure what that stuff here is. Yeah. On which device? Qualcomm or welcome? You're new here. The question is, oh, here's eNet. This is past eNet. As this is here, that's annoying now. I wonder if that is because we boot from overlay OS, because why would it say Damn it. Yeah, finding possible limitations here. That's of course super annoying. But the Wi-Fi firmware worked, right? Why would the Wi-Fi firmware did this work now? WLAN, yes. But that firmware loaded. Why would one firmware work and the other not? And here's also some other firmware. Did we have this somewhere? That's funny. Because it says timeout though, not firmware. By the way, this regulatory DB also... Is this like this also annoys me? Where is that even supposed to come from? I see this for years. Well, there is... Was it? It's not a zoom link, was it? It's not a zoom link. Which driver precisely is that? And the file is there. I mean, I remember I probably removed the executable permissions, but that should be irrelevant. Famous last words. Yeah. Signed. Wireless rec DB. Can't mix this shit up. which is our upstream. Wireless RecDB Git. It's good that we googled that. More could cry with this failed state of copy and paste shit. Thank you, Wayland. Can't even copy and paste reliably anymore. I hate this feature. Shit, can I get help with what T2 Linux? I don't use. Do I look like I use AI for coding? I do. Do I look like I want to destroy the few remnants of our world? Package should provide you used wireless cards used or you get set some distros provide service determine which card conforms. I found it already. It changed from some user space daemon to this pinnacle of engineering. So like I hope to import some information, import nothing. Wow. Hope it's the right thing. Because the license is. Do they have like tags? With for Russia, South Korea. Do we have tags? Here tags. You're confused, you can't, I'm not sure, you maintain multiple different systems. Just use T2 Linux, just don't mess with other systems. Why would you maintain different systems? All you need is T2 Linux. I only used GitHub to pre-seed metadata, but even that didn't even really work, so. Actually, Kansas. Can also git check out it, okay. Oh wait, here's a download. Here's a download. Wait, what? I thought I copied this. think this fold reflow broke this a little bit. How did this happen? Oh, maybe I don't have. Maybe also this Git. The pre-filling stuff didn't work. I didn't read the diagnostics. Gen2 pulls it from mirrors, edge sync, public network, wireless. I totally underestimated getting all this firmware stuff work again. I did so forgot about this. Best way to learn this kernel device, there is subsystem, curve promise, and early stage of security, sir. Well, reading computer science, DB to bin, things digitally signed by root. Learning computer architecture and about hardware, and then learning by doing. Right, I had the medium here. I need to promote my. I summarized this here, basically, mostly, kinda. Which one is this one here, right? Probably time for some lunch, huh? Famous programmer's muesli. Komm. Where do we move that? Firmware, or it's not really firmware, right? It's Linux data, so more like network, although so did we finally get rid of this stupid message too? Potentially, maybe. So we still have the issue that the other why does this firmware not load, damn it? Also config 8. Mac armod error used by is in use by rmmod. Is in use by rmmod error Mac. This is also pretty garbled. Ben age Debian things of thirds things of failed. Oh, they want this too. How should I know that? Good that we bloody tested this after we committed this. I do this specifically just that if there are other random files that we don't copy all of them. Text, I guess we will see. Yeah, some of the things I ignored this. In retrospect, I should have done that years ago, but I saw this message and my Wi-Fi worked without it, so I was like, yeah, YOLO. Theoretically, we should then add that to our default build things. So this message is completely fucked up. Must be this $100 million Linux Foundation engineering. Ben H things. I think now it doesn't complain anymore. This is the old message. Okay, let's reboot. I don't think this fixes something. What was the name? Precisely was the name wireless recdb. I guess we want to ship that then. Where would we have some... There goes one small more step for wait, what are we still? Did we? I didn't reboot yet. Let me get some. Share, like, subscribe for more than muesli. So probably a saw mosquito. B. This generic engineering access spreadsheet. How do you find or deal with nasty cache line ping pong issues? Bootler. Your specific questions usually don't have much of an issue with that. What do you mean with nasty cache line ping pong issues? Didn't really, what precisely do you even mean? False sharing, true sharing? I can see you comment Koshi things. Does this work with my Snapdragon X1 Surface? Are you not the one who always has his strange comments about programming language things? I thought you hate ARM things. I thought you hate RISC things. Do you have one, or are you trolling us? Okay, this still fails. Why would just this fail? So it's a little bit special. We have an overlay. So we have a squash FS that we overlay with a better FS. But the other firmware loads, why would just this fail? Oh, damn it. Oh. Maybe I should invest in the dedicated glass cleaning microfiber towel. I do not own any RISC-V machine devices things. And ARM? Do you have an ARM? Why do you like ARM and hate RISC-V? What is wrong with just that thing? I don't understand. That is annoying. I mean, I would understand. I mean, maybe in kernel is more special for. But why does all the other firmware load that's coming from overlay? Why just this one? WebAssembly is pretty shit, yo. I do not like native apps. What do you mean you don't like native? Like you want slow shit? What do you mean you don't like native apps? I certainly know what WebAssembly is. I would think they should in general work because all the other live distributions probably also use overlay FS. So I hate this massive foggy thing. This is hilarious. By the way, probably performance bad, right? Not that this is so there's not much failing left, but like why? Like even at 12K, why would other firmware load and not that? What are we overlooking? You know, it is absolutely pointless to check another Ubuntu. Why do you guys always propose something? It was working previously in T2. If it's not working now, like what does it help me if it works in Ubuntu? I still need to debug why it doesn't work in T2. You can do that. I mean, this here is a little bit, I mean, oh wait, wait, what? The thing is, the file is there. There must be something really stupid going on. I mean, I removed the executable bits, but you cannot tell me that this must only be random from when I copied this from the Windows partition. I doubt this will change the thing, but bizarre. Didn't have this problem before. Okay, what else is going on? Even more. The only substitute for legacy branches is more legacy branches. That are not working. What drugs are they on? The only substitute for Ember branches is more Ember branches. It's like, can you just stop taking drugs? What are pain points? Is pain points when you take too many drugs and you get pain points, or what? Change the DT. I doubt that is it, because it was working. This clearly doesn't work. You guys are mostly way too randomly changing random crap without understanding it. We can give it a try, because I want to run it anyway, but this device tree only changes broken reset things. So that is only adding very minimal device reset annotation things. We can test this. I doubt that's anything useful. You guys need to understand more and change randomly less. Need new coffee too. But it's crazy how much does not work correctly without complex remote procedure things like USB, like so display alt port stuff, USB. Okay, different stuff doesn't work. It fails differently. SCM call failed. There's also some physical init failed. I mean, USB does still not work. Maybe the reason this fails differently, like maybe this EL2, it doesn't even try to load the firmware. There's some things like this might only, I mean, yeah. So this is like, if this is any change here, which performance is still not amazing, like this EL2, some device reset stuff doesn't work, and then like maybe because it doesn't do a reset or reboot of some remote procedure things, because it anyway wouldn't work or whatnot, like maybe it's not, probably not, it's not even trying to load the firmware. This is also the you need to differentiate between what is it saying, like cause and whatnot. It doesn't print all firmware anyway. I mean, fail was, this is not outputting all of them anyway. It's only, oops, I pressed here some. Like this, we are kinda close to what we had before. Yeah, as a mixer is not working. I currently don't have USB still. Because we should. Yeah, there's a keyword in there. We don't get USB. Like that was previously also working. Oh, now we get USB. That just needs a replug for replugging reasons. Yeah, sometimes this stuff is only like similar to the display. Like with the display, I had this problem also from the beginning, that display output, even with EL1 and not in EL2, like even with this shitty hypervisor. Maybe I need new glasses. Also one scratch on one glass, I hate this. When do we have gene therapy for regrowing? It's his job. I'm not doing my job, I'm doing my hobby. What do you mean my job? It's not like, do you pay for that, or I don't know what you mean with job. Because as far as I see, I sit here on a public holiday without any income. Now I talk about gene therapy. Do we have gene therapy already? I want sharp eyes. I want naturally sharp eyes. Can we grow some somehow? Any holodeck doctor already? Any Voyager? Any 7 of 9? Like where's our data? Where's our 7 of 9? Where are... I mean, USB works now, but probably because this... Yeah, there must be something wrong with this firmware load, but... I mean, maybe because we use overlay or FS. The only explanation I have for that is... But the performance still sucks. Okay, so we removed... Yeah, so we need to automatically extract the firmware from Windows partition, which ideally I would need... opinion on music while working, coding. I mean, depends. Like my concentration decreases 10 times. Like listening to music makes me a 1x developer. From decreases my 10x engineer skills to 1x. It's not the job because it's a mission. Keyboard. Did you ask keyboard before? I lost overview. Right, I wanted to open this right keyboard. Yes, keyboard. Yes. I need a bot for that. Where is even my? Okay. So far so strange. Yeah, 2000 distributions and maybe overlay of S is not working bug free with. Here's the keyboard, 65 likes. You can like it too. New 5 field 75 HE with Gateron, white, Hall effect switches. Okay, firmware bug things. Call failed. SQE. I mean, maybe because hypervisor not running. By the way, how much without this memory thing? How much memory do we have now? Oh, no, we have a little bit more memory without. Thank you for. Where is this? Oh no, that is 30. No, this is as much as I had before, probably. So now performance still shit. The question is why. We could also, I mean, theoretically we need. Theoretically, we first should debug everything in EL1. Because that would be detached loading. Google assumes didn't debug. Googling it seems didn't debug exists. Kernel didn't debug function. Detect loaded firmware. Not sure if we built with dynamic debugging. Detecting loaded firmware. Sometimes you want to know what firmware is loaded. Dynamic debug at debug function things does. Interesting. What config options are needed for dynamic debugging? No, I barely see which we. Device table to large, reduce IDs. Skipping the default for kernel. Force to 1, EL1 force to 1. The question is, I have the suspicion I first of all have a suspicion that this is a Union FS problem. And then I've if we replug USB. This does not work, I guess. No. I guess the remote procedure thing is because with EL2 it's simply not reset and not reloaded. I mean, I could try this dynamic debug. I'm not sure if we run with add dynamic debug function. Didn't debug. But I have the suspicion we don't. Is not set now. Yeah, so much too fancy features. I could performance test how much performance that costs. What's the build even doing? Build is probably not building. The fan is suspiciously quiet. Tech-lib. Why did this fail? Should have taken a look so we fix that for the future. Was this also some parallel build? Happy you like it and find it crazy. It's not even that low level. Yeah, this is frustrating here, this experience. I mean, here all of this stuff fails because of the firmware init. But honestly, I wanted with EL2 anyway. As this is only high level, oh, power down. I intentionally did that. I thought like maybe once power cycle this thing. We could make, like, sometimes when we find such useful things like dynamic debugging, although I knew it existed, the thing is we should do some performance test, right? For something that we really, I mean, sure, it can sometimes be helpful. Peak boot efficiency, not. Can I get a recap? What's it trying, just out of curiosity? Do you know me already? Because if you're totally new, first thing you need to know that we developed T2 Linux. And second of all, we support today specifically, first of all, we build our releases. And particularly today we work on figuring out why some ARM64 X1-Elite details don't fully work. And why sometimes currently often we don't get full performance. But I had this not full performance issue before, like even in my previous installations that otherwise worked. I also had the issue that no matter what I did, no matter how I rebooted, I never had the full performance with 7.0. It's already too long. It should only take 3 seconds and not 8. I mean, it's so fucking bloody annoying. What precisely is that even? Which one is that here? Is this a module or? I have it hard to believe that just a little bit background noise would cause that. Unless systemd is changing some curse stuff, but my previous installation was using systemd too, so and today somehow my glass is not having it. And now we have a faster SSD, nearly twice as fast SSD, and our CPU is currently not boosting anymore. What should we do with that then? This set of things was previously working, man. There's also other clock coursings. I was running a 19 kernel. And I have only one 19 kernel here. Or was I running 18.4? Is this kernel also already permanently? Maybe I was not running this kernel. I remember once I upgraded and I thought, but I forgot that I had 2 partitions, and maybe I was running maybe I was running 18.4. Maybe there is some additional breakage between, like maybe I was running that. The problem is we need to rebuild the init RD for this to boot. there is no AI, there are large language models that are not particularly good, that inflate computer prices and cost enormous resources and already made 1 million people unemployed. But other than that, LLMs are not yet particularly good. Enjoy them while you can afford them, because prices will significantly change. Because like all AI companies make tremendous losses, so shit will become way more expensive soon. Let's repack initRD. Do you like co-working? What? Do you like co-working with AI and see it's a good thing? No. I don't like co-working with AI. I also don't. I see it mostly a thing of further ending humanity and making the poor poorer, the rich richer, and using world overshoot day resources that we don't have and cannot afford. But we cannot even feed all people. But now you want to feed AI. It's like good luck, goodbye, and good luck. Maybe sometimes people should think a little bit more critical. Let's see if that kernel worked any better. I have the suspicion maybe he was using this one here. Which, I mean, then we also need to debug why this happened. So basically from all the new kernels, I couldn't get peak performance out. Which is hilarious. And then for Onyx, X1 Qualcomm slow as shit. It's like, yeah, can confirm. Usually doesn't work for us. So one thing I agree with them. Need to tweak that here for prototyping reasons. right? This is all correct. Something is here really strange performance-wise. Can we see the future where companies plenty of developers and know nothing because they're an AI? Developer myself and use AI virtual and think it's good for boilerplate proof of concept. I mean, you always like, why do you like, there are two things. Like, first of all, why do you all like, why is AI, the funny thing is the youngsters who cannot even code much here are always like, what do you think AI? Look, number one thing with AI, you only need to be better, because like if you are not as good or better as AI, you are worthless. You can't go do blue collar jobs of plumbing and electricity and things, or farming with AI robots, right? But the other thing is, like, I understand everyone fears to lose a job. Like, there are two things. With AI, you only will lose your job if you're in IT or in creative things or design stuff. And with AI, you only need to be better, right? You need to be better than AI to keep your job. Even farming with AI, you need to understand electronics and level from sensors. I heard this John Deere stuff you can barely repair and your vendor locked out anyway. I only see farmers on YouTube complaining that they can't fix their AI robot John Deere, whatnot shit, allegedly. Would AI be applicable in education? I mean, sure, if you don't want to learn something anymore. Like, if you want AI to learn and humans get dumber and dumber, so they can vote for orange wannabe clown presidents. Like, if they, like, I don't know what AI in education. Do you want to educate AIs, or you want to educate yourself, or you want how about a AI brain implant so that in the future you know everything the AI learned? Electrician is a very well paid job which is needed everywhere. Yes, my father too, and me too. Nothing against electricians. I only said, like, career advice, become an electrician, earn more than a open source programmer, because like while I sit here, my father gets paid to run some electricity wires and light switches. And I have done too. Nothing against it. Was a career. This was a successful, that's the future. AI slop codes AI, and electricians wires the wires for AI. That's like in the Matrix. Humans will feed the machine and you will be happy. Ended up tearing my hair off as I tried to fix it. Yes, totally agree about the state AI. I hate it for the reasons René said, but unfortunately probably have to work in this space soon either. So that compiler, inference, prop, or my girlfriend is AI and she wants to leave me. Help. There is a delete button for your AI girlfriend. I help you, go out. It's sunny, it's a public holiday. Go out, demonstrate with some nice girls for more union workers' rights and stuff. Settle down, take it easy. Find a girl, preferably good one. A boy or a girl. Or anything in between. Get some pet instead of an AI girlfriend. Like every hamster is more fulfilling than an AI girlfriend. Like if you take makeup off of your AI girlfriend, she will look like a GPU. AI relationships are real though. Yeah, if people like, I mean, real is if AI relationships are not real, unless you mean they exist and people need help. So what was it now? 6.18.4. Did I say 18? I hated that for all the last months already. And I hate that currently I don't even get the performance anymore. So what are we still here? About agree with you, I'm not worried about losing my job. It's so because some decided management to be at the employees. Yeah, also, I mean, if people vibe code shit together, like experts like us are more sought after than ever, because like then you need the high profile developers who can actually still code and fix AI slop coded gibberish. Although I'd say a lot of swipe coded slop code spaghetti shit is mostly like unfixable, like best rm-rf, just delete all the AI shit and like AI agent by Claude. Yeah, Elon Musk's fantasy of AI generates a binary. It's like, yeah, good luck. So Webster 15 years, fired recently because of outsourcing to Africa, because there's from Africa plus a good enough for CEO. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think we should all union, like now today on Labor Day, we should unionize against the big tech bro AI overload and like just vote in with your wallet and choose stuff that are like made with love and labor and by humans. You dare run some random binary? No, me not. Oops. Yeah, that's that kernel. What? Man, some of those kernels was working, performing properly. Which of those kernels was working properly and why? One of those I used in production for months. Maybe this one. Maybe I mixed this. I probably thought the last kernel, and yeah, it's should not. I still have the old drive that should fully boot, shouldn't it? Did I leave the... I did not modify it, right? We can still... How about we plug in the old SSD and auto boot? Yeah, welcome to the AI support group here. AI is good for research. It's not all bad. What do you mean good for research? If you mean good for research that humans switch off their brain and trust random AI, random, 'em, 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 ' What do you mean you have a local AI relationship? What do you mean with local AI? I know that's not what you said. I only completed my thought. The thing is, if you AI, like you trust some random bullshit generator, like the state of academia was already not good, with people previously hallucinating their research papers for views and career. Now they slop code research papers to advance. There is a reason I'm not like similar to Sabrina. Is it Sabrine's? Hof something. What's her YouTube? This German science woman here. Yeah, her probably. And I think she even was in science, in research, right? She has quite some videos, critical videos about research, state of research, and I have friends who have been in research and PhD and things, and I've seen similar things, and so my friends are male. She of course has the additional female researcher issue on top of this, but from what she says at times is what I've seen already at my male research friends. And I like so many things, like from budget to just making shit up to having to continue to receive third party funding and who knows what. I mean, plus researching random bullshit just because no other idea and shit. I mean, theoretically, I should be in research and like I should like Andres Tenbaum, but like research is so bullshit that it's like I was like, nah, it's like this is also like lottery, like plus research bullshit. I should probably be also. Man, this is I said plug. Okay, this, yeah, actually I said we should fix it here somehow, truly, right? If not now, then when? How do we want to fix that? Next build for sure. Currently not getting fast for some reason. Let's plug in. The problem is I don't even know what's happening there, that it's sometimes not fast. All I can tell you, that's bloody frustrating. Let's see, that is the old SSD that... Or did I actually, maybe I need to change this if I'm unlucky. So that is the old SSD, but maybe I changed it to 7.0. It must be somehow some hard-coded grub thing. You see, this boots faster. This doesn't do all this. Ask AI questions on there, yeah. Okay, we don't need secure shell login, we can... Yeah, that's already the other, I had this modified. That's now not ideal. So this 7.0 was already always slow. But what reboots do we have here? Here must be... I had here 19.5 though. No, I was running 19.5. So I was running 19.5 all the time and that was fast. What was my first partition? 17. Wait, what do I have? 17. 18. Where is it even? 18, 17, 17. What a waste of time. I hate this so much, you cannot... Like, if I had purchased this, I would be so disappointed what the support state of this stuff is. Yeah, there are many real AI fields, just that LLMs are not. LLMs are like lossy compressed database text or data hallucination. Why is this sometimes slow, man? What is going on here? I don't know. Like, why is it currently always slow? I don't even... I don't understand. This was previously fast. What changed in the thing that now it is slow? Um... I hope it's not related to run with a debug keyword. Don't tell me debug keyword makes it half as fast. Yeah, maybe it's this boost. I mean, but half the performance is. I just don't know what. But this, did I not echo 1 into boost? I hope I always usually did. I mean, we should have benchmarked this. I mean, this was from the very first day. Do we build with OpenJDK? $150. Problem is OpenJDK needs X and stuff. Why is this sometimes fast and sometimes not? I hope it doesn't have a case sensor, because currently I don't have the case closed. But this installation was fast. This doesn't have a case sensor, right? Don't tell me it's faster when I close the case. That's a good idea to test with what this boost even does. But I mean, I never tested. So when I initially got it, it was slow. So when I initially without messing with breaking out of the hypervisor, when I got it sent from the United States of America by an amazing fan, thank you so much again, we got it to work and it was disappointing. And although I think I probably echoed into this boost thing. Yeah, so this is not ideal. Ideal performance is like 38 seconds or so. Man, is that a piece of shit, man? You always twice. So the previous peak performance was around 35 seconds. And for Lua it was 4. I mean, it's basically half the bloody performance. The problem is the CPU frequency thing that we can't trust it so much. It's only using 1. I mean, it should boost up to 3.8 gigahertz or whatever. Yeah, there is 3.8. But the thing is, it has 3 clusters, and whatever B-top displays there. So I remember it was that stupid, but I remember I often had to reboot a couple of times for peak performance, but then it lasted usually until I... Yeah, that's absolutely shit performance. That's not quite 50%, it's... Yeah, it's kinda third less. Let me close the case just in case. Close the case just in case. Where's my screwdriver here? Let's just power off to install it. I mean, maybe they have a sensor, but previously I had the case closed, and it did that. So turn it over, just in case it has a G sensor. Man, is it disappointing. Why do we not have Java? Get 45. I mean, I don't need that now. Just as a workaround, because I don't need this. Just give me the build. I mean, this build like this has here some things. Oh, I added, oh shit. Did I force this to performance? Oh, holy shit, maybe boost was not enough. Maybe scat util was shit. Oh, dude, maybe I wasted all my time for bloody nothing. Oh, you needed performance too? Ach, damn it. Never mind, nothing to see. Good, that will validate. Oh, like how to waste hours of your life is bullshit. Good that I just closed it. Oh, holy. fails. We work on Linux. We work on T2 Linux. Yeah, I thought boost was enough. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I had it in some config file, like pros do. But even with that, the problem is even with that. But there must be another. Yeah, but the problem is if everything is already glitchy and doesn't work well, like if everything is buggy. It's like, by the way, will this fall out? Like, is this sufficiently clipped in here, or will this fall off? Because this is not the original heatsink for. Not that one day my heatsink falls off and slides around in this case. Oh man. But that's another huge issue for us, that every SoC needs other scaling governor tweaks. For example, I'm pretty sure my Ryzen reaches peak performance with SCAD-Util, right? Because only then it boosts correctly, I believe. But then if that works, I wonder. You know, did I press here? Where is the power button? Where is power? Did I pull power out? There's power. Yeah, it's of course super annoying that some devices need performance, some devices need SCAD-Util. Wait, what? Oh, we need forts. I like drive a new car to set it to sport mode. But that also should have been long fixed, that frequency scaling works correctly. Okay, 5 seconds we have never seen before. Okay, that's peak performance. Yay! But now I'm curious if latest kernel can do that. .702. New to this, I don't really understand much. So this is high level operating on a Unix console like Linux. How can I cope up? At least I get the idea. Really want to understand it. We work here on T2 Linux. We write, work, debug, improve and stuff. And what did this start faster now for some reason? Or is it? Or maybe the boot stuff is only slow if I have a serial UART connected. US Bachelor, what kind of bug are you working on for this stream? I was working on that this is not always fast. Also doing various other things in between. What's my boot now doing? Hello boot. Did we do something wrong with 702? I just don't have a... What did we do now? 702 not work? Oh, I think 702 I might not have rebuilt the... I've not rebuilt the init.rd for overlay. Probably stuck in an init.rd with... Yeah, there's always one more thing, like this thing here, that thing there. I mean, yeah, rapid prototyping, that is what development works. That is what development looks like. Each time something else doesn't work. And if you move fast and break things, then you always have some broken things. Developers usually have the worst system installation. Question now is... let's do that thing here. CMake runs make to meh. That's set. It's as set as this here. Oh, SiriusSim. T2 Linux is the best Linux distribution. Yes, thank you for asking here. And the right T2 Linux. There's a Apple T2 patch collection that is not T2 Linux. You need to be careful to choose the right. FreeRTOS only little. Mostly I do T2 Linux. Look, this, even in the bootloader, this doesn't work without replugging. Now it works after replugging. Which one did I? 6. Where were we at? 19. What was it? 4? 5? I mean, yeah, I could press tab. 5? Wait, did this crash or what? Ah, damn it. T2 SD is a Linux distribution. This T2 Apple stuff is just patches for. This other is just a patch very tiny patch collection for the Linux kernel for Apple devices. T2 SDE Linux is a whole Linux like Gentoo and Arch and SUSE and Fedora and stuff. It's difference of day and night. Oops. Ah, this is annoying that this... I guess it's only that slow with a U word. Or should I? Yeah. I mean, I could kind of... Damn it. Quickly check some things. Or was it 19.6? What was even the kernel? Must have been 19.5, huh? You can SSH and open screen on browser. What do you mean? This is KD unvalent, yes. But in T2 you can use whatever you like the most. Damn it, one wrong keystroke and... So what did we think? 5? Pinnacle of boot graphics. I wonder how that looks on a laptop. Does the laptop corrupt graphic as well? Like that? Or is it... Maybe not, because maybe that's only a G-Link display port. I mean, we could tell you what T2 Linux is, but T2 is the industry's best kept secret that nobody speaks about. It's so good nobody speaks about it. It also has a RT read, so too long didn't read. We probably should rename this. Yes, you can. You can run T2 on extensor. Of course you can. But I wonder if that works, because at least for 7.0, this is 9, because I thought I had run my old system. I'm pretty sure this boost does not always work reliably, but okay, 4 seconds is okay-ish. Let's repick. $702. This is only because we're still prototyping. We are using stuff differently then. Okay, let's see. I mean, yes, we could. If we wanted this more ultra compressed, then I only wonder if the bootloader can decompress it. Maybe we shouldn't do that. It's probably only some bytes faster, and some bytes. Not that we reboot and grub can't. Why is screen showing? What? Because it's capturing the HDMI port. Because you want to see the HDMI output, right? Also this needs replug because Qualcomm can't program. Do you want to see the HDMI? I invested specifically though that might be dumb, but I want T2 base. Yes, there is I recently test built a base thing smaller than usual. Do you use AI for sometimes? Not really. I sometimes use ChatGPT for free to bankrupt them and use it as a better Google search, because have you seen the state of Google search? Okay, let's reboot and see if 7.0 has done the same performance. And incoming has newer, but not that. I mean, yeah, the incoming are probably stable-ish, but not yet as extensively tested, and still. I mean, probably stable, but in incoming testing, newer but not yet as tested. Incoming release candidates probably stable though. Okay, that is annoying to watch. For that, Phoronix hates old hardware. But the thing is, he's only after page views and clickbait, so it's like he's giving me advertisements. Damn, this shitty website. These people are crazy. Yeah, to use it. I mean, theoretically T2, but that's not easy to use. Like, even with Ember installed, it doesn't just work. It's depressive, the state of deletionism. So we don't need to do that here. So 7.0, because 7.0 I did not even, so that should be 7.0. Didn't even use that in production yet because I mean the first time is always slightly slower because it needs to get stuff from, okay, that's actually peak performance. Okay. The funny thing is that it nonetheless, or does it not? Or does it then not frequency scale at all? Because it says so basically CPU frequency scaling on this thing bad. Oh, wait, why does this display 4.3? Can only those scale higher? Or that thing can't boost? Maybe? Oh man, this is. But for laptops that sucks completely. Like if that is current production quality and stuff only fast if your performance and on demand and schedule shit. Been away sometime. Is this wireless firmware shit fixed? Mostly, but you're good to reminded me we still need to codify that. Yeah, I think, yeah, totally agree. I'm not so sure if it's only like, so Twitch comments, oh here, peak performance, 36 seconds. We are back in business. So it might actually be kind of peak performance. I'm not so sure if it's mostly Google's fault, as in they make their product constantly shit, the only constant change regressions, or if it's just the modern web is just so shit that maybe it's more like the modern, because that's the thing. People, I mean, of course, I also blame Google and Google not good and stuff, but often it's not necessarily as simple. Like it's a symptom, not the cause. The symptom that Google search or any search is bad these days is maybe more that the modern web is like, have you seen TikTok and stuff, right? Hey, 35 seconds, it's probably peak performance. Yay! Can finally do stuff again. Totally forgot about the performance things. I mean, yeah, we still need to do a shitload of different other things. But it's already better than nothing. We probably could remove, let's be clever, and remove the USB thing. Not that we break it here, not that we drop here something into our precious dev kit. Yeah, for laptops this sucks. Like, this should be fixed. I mean, maybe with some user space scheduling, but this is also the Linux kernel thing, the Linux thing, right? There are like 5 different or dozen different ways to CPU frequency scale, and they all suck differently. That's let's test the performance and virtualization. Doesn't really matter. It's not anyway. Yeah, the modern web also really sucks. You feel like they messed the algo much. I mean, they surely, they surely worked on the algorithm, but I think the modern web is just shit. Like a lot of old privately hosted like websites went away, and then the website is full with forums and fake news, like all the MAGA people and all the other Viktor Orban and Russian troll fans spreading the world with fake information shit. And then like normal people uploading shit on, like, just look. I was shocked what is also because so the performance is slightly, so it's a virtualization that's not much overhead. It's like I recently registered to TikTok because I thought like we could just see TikTok with our propaganda here. Like only 2 people followed yet. I mean, but I'm also shocked. Like I never used TikTok. I only registered there yesterday or whatever. I think yesterday. And like, but if you go for, I'm not even logged in. Like some random shit. It's like what? Why the fuck? Like. I mean, it's still from the better ones. Like yesterday, they were just like that is modern society. Like instead of people doing something productive, they upload here some shit. Like this for you is the same video again, or can but so this is just illustration purposes only. Like I don't even know between AI and garbage and stuff, and what did I like just Twitch here of like you open Twitch, this is already half as bad, right? Yeah, I also don't have TikTok, but like even here, like why do I get this here? Hexagon time? Is this a CPU? Is this like Hexagon CPU? Probably not, huh? Just chatting the Bitwitch, fire targets, and here coding, yes. I mean chess, hey, at least maybe chess. But I mean, yeah, most views some legs and breast. It's like, yeah, everyone's like the live channels. What should and it's like, I mean, not everyone needs to code, but also not everyone needs to live stream their whole life. Or upload random shit, you all. Most Twitch top streamers just botting, so all recommend is botting, so all recommendations fake. Yeah, probably. So you want Google AdSense. In China, they are only maths. In China, they are only gets education, like math stuff in their heads. One thing, semi things, test stuff, also. Okay, so other things. Finally we got that. Yeah, harder to describe. Do use T2 on your build service too? Like, are you still here? Like, of course. Like, why should I use, like, since 1997 I only use Rock Linux and the T2 session. Like, why should I use, like, if I spend my lifetime debugging the best OS, why should I use the lesser OS? Do you think I want to debug everything twice to work on T2 and on something else? Some from mid-family, some from rich, some from poor, all countries, different operating systems. What do you talk about? What has OS things different OSs? What? Yes, and T2 Linux is for all, for poor and for rich, and for ARM and complex. Good. What is your opinion of FreeBSD? Too old code, too little features. I only use T2 Linux. So, patches, things. Ah, Kerberos. Things, no error, Discord qualifies. I think we want to do this slightly. I mean, the problem is with this kind of things, if you... So what we should try in T2 is support slightly older T2 installation for rolling release update things. And this may not work with the slightly older GCC and with Clang and stuff that doesn't support all those options just like that. Just need to check what private message I got there. The iPhone BSD, as long as it's 20, 30 years modified BSD. T2 is the package manager. What package manager T2 is using? T2 is using T2. We could already, while I try to navigate there, we could already fix... Oh, wait, this did build? Did build? Did not build? Okay, more messages. What more messages? Oh, friend request. What friend request? Pending. Received. What's going on here with friend requests? Friend request. Okay, so Kerberos 5, is that like a GCC thing? Yeah, need to make website mobile, more mobile friendly. Everyone hits this, but I, right? Damn it. You all can't even fix shit fast enough. On which T2 Linux do you... Sorry. On which T2 on which T2 is that? Is that the latest GCC? Because here it build. But there's also peak Linux design that you have CPU frequency scaling and it works like shit. You would really think that Qualcomm had that for their mobile stuff done. So strange. I mean, the thing is, I'm not like others who say like, yeah, why don't they schedule like this and stuff, like scheduling like multi-threaded scheduling things, like, or somewhat fair scheduling, the CPU frequency scaling and big little cores and stuff, not easy, but the new .5, I had rebuilt that already, Andre. Corporate drivers. And the thing is, this cringe, aka buggy and YOLO drivers is exactly what Phoronix praises for, like, hey, you big corporate drivers, when usually they are the worst. I mean, the modern hardware is also completely complex. So yeah, increasingly, I mean, yeah, this is how we lose our best new users. Oh, damn it. I know people did some patch, but the patch was a little bit hacky. Or was, I think, wait, one proposed patch, I believe, was, oh, one proposed patch, I'm sorry, probably should go to bed. One proposed patch, or to the sun. Probably should go to the sun and enjoy coffee in the sun. One proposed patch was simply disabling all of parallel build, which is a no-go for me. But I wonder if the problem is I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. I knew it. I mean, one way to reliably work around this, as I proposed years ago, is installing always into a desk steer, into a staged desk steer, like into a virtual desk steer. Why is this building so long? Core utils, you said, right? Why do we do this here? Oh, that's move of, oh, very old move. Maybe for, oh man, maybe for wrapping it. The first 64 thing that you uploaded. I mean, GCC dash version will, or dash V or whatever, dash. Can you play Tux card on stream with controller camera for testing? No. I'm not gaming, I have 1,000 things to do. You can write a compiler in any language you like. What you're discussing? Yes, I will. We will soon continue language. More clones. Where did we had core utils? Here. Oh, shit, I should have taken it more seriously. Um, okay, that's not really different at all. At least that's that one person. Who wrote that here? Yeah, always some more breakage. Okay, what's our build doing? Probably broken on something. Ah, this stupid shit. I should fix it for you. The thing is, oh, I don't even want to see it anymore. Motivating yourself to fix random shit is when it's like, oh, Rust 99, C99 is cool. Expert. C++ good for bypassing anti-cheat. Just kidding, because I did all this stuff. Where we built here 547. I don't have SSH. It's on my carry with me anywhere laptop. Please tell me how to connect to computers via browser. Well, various ways. You can have a VNC viewer or you can browser SSH, but this particular thing is HDMI capture, which I only use here for. Like this is only SiSpeed Nano KVM4. Okay, next thing is we wanted firmware things. Also, I wanted to run the updates. Cheating on a hypervisor with VMware and VirtualBox. What people even writing here? So we did 4.5 hours. Yes, of course, 4.5 hours. Goodness. So as today's public holiday, I guess we do something novel today and go into the sunshine out there. 37 Deutsche Telekom offer, like in your country over. Internet prices vary widely between US, USA and things. So we also want to implement this generic firmware things. Yeah, there is more Vulkan things now. Probably could commit this. I mean, you know, the thing is with the German government, and first of all, I don't know. I actually wrote the German government a letter last year, said like, I'm here this world-renowned YouTube Linux expert, and I would help you with your security and things, and they didn't answer me. I wrote them, I'm standing ready at your service to make Linux, make German internet things totally great and secure again, but they did not come back to me. I guess you need to subscribe so that we have 1 million subscribers. Maybe then they take me more seriously. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like all governments, right? Like the usual lobbyism and corruption, that they are more than happy to buy Windows from their Windows friends. So how fast is your internet and how much you pay for it? Since our business internet is not that expensive. Was it more like 60? But with 8 years of complaints, we pay less now, like 50 or so, which is pretty low for business fake internet. The thing is, I mean, glass like fiber would cost like freaking a lot. Like, so Vodafone is the only fast internet I can get here, which, yes, I should move. I mean, business internet, I mean, yeah, fiber here is probably also 200, which I can only get if I pay for the installation, and I'm not really, like some years ago, like 6 years ago or so, they wanted to sell me, like some other company wanted to sell me fiber, and it was like 6,000 euro for installation or whatnot, and it's like, I told them, you know what, you install it here and then I pay for it, but yeah, 50, 400, 1,000 is amazing. Yeah, need to move. Okay, so we have here things to do. But yeah, I mean, this business internet is only business and advertisement, right? It's not. It was not amazing. I mean, hey, since I complained for 8 weeks and went to the media, now it's working. It only took 8 years, 4 YouTube videos or 5. And, yeah. Europe didn't help. And why do you bring your DJ? Are you American? Why do you bring your American war on Iran here? Also, I'm sorry that Europe did not help with war crimes. I think the Department of War can go F themselves with war crimes. I thought we closed the war crime chapter 100 years ago, but apparently now like 2026 and like 2022 or so, and Putin, Putler and the little orange clown in the wannabe White House make war crimes great again. Not sure why people do that, and that cannot let people in peace, but don't make wars, make love, settle down, take it easy, find some good wife or man and stuff, and don't do insane war crime things and Department of War things. Better make a Department of Peace and not a Department of War. I thought in the hippies learned that already in the Volkswagen Beetle in California. The good old days when people made love and not hate. Firmware T2 install. So also, why do you bring your war here, and are you American? From which country are you that you bring that here? GPT signed a contract with. Every war makes everything only worse. Make peace and leave your neighbors in peace, like in Ukraine. But USA is not friend. I think Americans are pretty friends with Europe, like only some 5% MAGA people surrounded by a brain-dead orange clown want to be president of Epstein Island alleged child trafficking fame is not friends with Europe anymore. So, but where are you from? Why do you come here? From which country do you come here and bring your fake discussions here? So, all people just want to live up to 150. Which one? You mean this? You mean this? Trump, Putin and Trump want to live 150 years, but they fall apart already with 70. It's like, yeah, good luck. By the way, Iranians are really well educated. Yes, I've partially heard that. They flourish in top EU and Turkish unis. And all the codes open source. Yeah, it's a pity that Iranians are so many. Some Iranians are so really well educated, yet they did not manage to get rid of their suppressive regime there. But you can have your war discussions on some other channel, please. So, what day do we have? The 1st. Oh, we have the 1st. It's public holiday. Why do I sit here and work on my open source Linux, even on public holidays, you all? What American life-work balance is there to work every day? How did we end up in this slave labor camp that is open source development? How did this happen to us? You still have not answered where you are from. Yes, Strots, I know. So, you war apartment guy there, where are you from? Are you even from the USA? Are you from some other country and just want to troll around? So 410, okay, that's pretty recent. Oops, what did I? T2 instance, yeah. T2. I've not collaborated with Linus directly. Most people don't. Like, Linus doesn't collaborate much. He's just merging patches. I also said before, I don't want to have Linus's job. Like, in my opinion, like, just merging other people's patches is the most boring shit. Like, even I need to, like, when people send me patches, like, I need to really motivate me. Like, I need other people to process patches. Like, the thing is, my impression is Linus has really, I mean, sure, he did invent, invent is also like, kind of calling Linux inventions. It's not even really invented. He started Linux. In Unix was the invention, right? He started the Unix clone that is Linux, but he did initially so little, like Linux 0.1, and then mostly others have written it, right? So I mean, that's certainly an achievement, which maybe we should repeat with a microkernel, but I feel like I would be like, from what I see from the outside, I would be really bored with Linus's life. Like literally working on T2 Linux is more, I mean, as much as I hate fixing other people's bugs and regressions, even that here is more interesting. Like, think about this, like when is the last time Linus Torvalds messed with some hardware? Yeah, but Git is also like, Linus Torvalds only did the very early Git thing and then other, also like Git is relative, like Git is also uber complex, and also like even Git, like there were 24 of other, I mean probably hundreds, but there were 24 of other main version core. Like Git is the same, he just, I mean also initially Linus Torvalds also used this controversy Bitkeeper version control thing. So even there Linus only copied other things how he liked it. Again, yet another copycat clone. Yeah, guitar pedals, it's... Yeah, I mean, if he likes it, I mean, that's a really... I've seen that, but that's a really bizarre hobby, especially as I think he said he doesn't even play guitar. I mean, if he likes it, it's like, I would rather build an RC car. I'd rather build Lego with my sons than guitar pedals, but nah. Also, if these are analog guitar pedals, then nah. Like, it's the 70s are over. So... Towards had some luck with his projects, of course. Just look at the NetBSD, OpenBSD. Like, of course, Linus Torvalds has luck. And at the right place, at the right time, like, of course he had luck too. Yeah, Visual Source Safe, Urux. Yeah, but there were other things, like even BitBake, or Subversion. There are probably also other distributed things. I don't remember all the things that Minix had its shot. Main problem country. Okay, we had this. Okay, so things. Firmware. We need to... What's our build doing? Build is building. For risk 5, yay. Yeah, there is not a bit luck in everything. There is like... Just like with T2, I didn't have luck. So much went wrong with Rock Linux and T2. And that's mostly often also others' fault. That was the worst things that... I said it before, I flew even, like I paid even the flight for one developer to come to Europe, and he disappointed me so much in the first weeks already. Like, it's... Yeah. Of course T2 could have been Arch Linux or Gentoo. It's just... It's mostly like similar to like many, like even Microsoft, like the worst. But I mean, the thing is that Microsoft, I mean, first of all, Microsoft also was at the right time, at the right place, and had like lotto. It's all about winning the lottery. It's lottery ticket gambling with any startup. You can have the best startup in the world. You need to have a shit ton of luck. Everything is about luck. The best startups could fail. But maybe, I mean, it's a shit ton of luck and of course evil business practices. I would on top of a shit ton of luck say you need to be absolutely unethical, screwed businessmen like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs to sell any overpriced crap. So it is luck and snake oil salesmen, like mafia kind of snake oil salesman business tactics. Trap says the project success has little to do with technical merits, it's to do with some luck and brute motivation and playing the field well, and Docker was absolute garbage tech wise, but Walk mostly worked, and yeah. So basically Trap agrees. And they pushed it into their businesses. There exists Rookie Linux. Yeah, but Rookie Linux is something else than Rock Linux. Which is also, I mean, this Rookie Linux name is also really nah. but okay, I should stop. Closes for everyone? What precisely do you mean? Why do all the kids like Arch again? Yeah, we need to make T2 better. Like certainly breaking people's Spark installation doesn't make it better. So let's fix Linux firmware to match more firmware. Oh, that's actually pretty important for yeah, it was Docker. It was technically still not amazing. I mean, they solved some problem, but I did this wrong. So then, at least we figured that out, and I can use. Yeah, I mean. But that's also the thing, right? 2005 Linux distributions, and I need to spend hours. Even though I had it working, I forgot with all the details that I also did echo power change to performance governor. What did I do here? 2500 Linux distributions, and like, yeah, and Qualcomm and the highest performance ARM stuff does not just fully work and is not even fully upstream. It's where does it say downloading? Did we not have that here? Check some error, whatever, even. Oh, maybe because it wasn't the wrong thing there. Because of that, no, it's probably some invalid version from Repology. Let me turn on data. Also data, we want to move on. Now that we have more storage, we can finally move data on to ARM. And run it in Docker on ARM on T2 Linux. Where is... here is my phone. Oh, I have emails. 23 emails. Why do people write me too many emails? 28 emails. Wonderful. But some are paying customers. Did I mention I love paying customers? HTML. I mean the spam, like Rechnung für KW-Syncs bis Kundennummer, it's like HTML, yes, of course. Move to spam. Like, why after training spam for 20 years, why is spam training, spam filtering not amazing yet? Just need to read my emails. 1 second. Maybe now that LLMs are at least good for reverse engineering, maybe we should finally reverse engineer the power of your things. The emails over emails. Persons, Bill Gates, Alan, programmer, Steve Jobs, sales, programmer, hardware, agree, crap tech, but it's like just about run things. But that's what Trap said, crap tech. As usual, salesperson. Yeah, because the programmers sit in the dark corner in the basement and get shit done. And the salesperson run around and tell everyone they are the most amazing. Touch typing. Do they have T2 badge and GitHub if you win a contribution game? What? T2 Linux contributors. We don't use Archie, by the way, we use T2 Linux. Currently using stock Android, yes. I'll look at that. Oh, there's even Apple. In such file directory. Oh, that's quite some. Sort, read things. Mod info firmware. Can the S, by the way, be here? Why did I leave a space there? This is link stuff. Okay, we need to ls that, so mean, we could, I guess this should work. That should expand. Do we call that like that? The name is a little bit funny, all. Always wondered where the name came from. Card games, that's actually why I thought it's some Joker. It's actually, I wanted to say it sounds like a card game, but okay, it comes from card games. Okay, wonderful. Okay, this sounds silly. More professional. Well, it's inst. Actually, I did hear this. Maybe we don't need this here then anymore. Do we have any Intel IBT actually? Is Intel, but this is Intel, still doesn't match like that for silly reasons. But Cyrus mind. I mean, the question is, the question is, do we still need Cyrus or do match all Cyrus like this? Okay, let's delete that here. I think it was for the Steam Deck. The Cyrus, probably. If it's still missing, I guess I will eventually find out. Famous last words. Keyboard, yes, the keyboard. Linux needs to donate to food banks. So the keyboard is this one. Nufi or whatever, Field 75 HE, Gatoron, White, Hall effect things. And you need to donate to T2 Linux for all the stuff, right? Don't delay. Install and support today. Feed your favorite YouTube star. Let's delete the other there already. Hello. Is also something happening? Copy firmware. Does things slowly. Yep. Is that not what we are? According to Phoronix, we're not a Linux distribution. So we did this for what? We did this for F12K. Yay! I guess that worked. What Cyrus stuff do we have in here? Is that things here? Actually, we could check what T2 has as old file list. Okay, there might be some other random. Not sure what's with those there, but maybe it's directories that's not rewritten. There goes that. Also, why is this mostly empty? I mean, actually, wait, Linux? Firmware. Okay, that's recent enough or random. Which other did we have? There goes that good that we randomly found that today. Made an app for it. Android. Where's Linux? Android is yeah, Android is somehow everything is not. But the thing is, like, yeah, Android is not amazing. We don't have something better. But as so often, I mean, people people at Google also only cook with water, right? And at the end of the day, random employees YOLO random things together, especially in early startup days when Android wasn't Google. And then 20 years later, it's randomly cobbled together shit, right? Actually, you wanted that we test, is the X1-Elite user still here? Why better M chip better than Intel? Because Intel didn't innovate for a decade, and also Intel x86 complexly not good. x86 instruction set not good. I made a video about that. Maybe you find it. There's yeah, this is also wrong. Load faster. It's not me, but maybe either. For then maybe then you get various here x86 and okay, you don't get that. Okay, not the best videos, but here somewhere. Basically, I just go there, watch all the videos, then you will learn a lot here, wherever that video was. I made multiple videos. And best don't delay, and actually, shall I subscribe, swipe to hype? I think I saw there in the search here.
I'm catching cold like I'm gonna die.
Like here and there. Oh, this is wrong.
Everyone to more daily Linux development things here. We have to rebuild everything except things. If you guys
from my other account. Not to like my own videos. Which one? Apple is still the which is the fastest. White on top, but then it's not for your lap. You need wider laptop for better overclock. What? X86. Now the Apple Silicon is pretty. X86 is not really the fastest. This ARM stuff is as fast. Also, the Apple and Intel stuff would probably, like, if Apple and Intel made ARM or RISC-V native, they would probably be slightly faster because the x86 stuff is such an overly complex mess. This actually, I think for quite some years, Apple, unfortunately for us, Apple Silicon has, maybe even since Apple M1, maybe even before, I don't remember. At least since Apple M1, Apple is holding the fastest single-core IPC single-core performance, which is crazy. Which is obviously why the ISI people work. I always felt the either argument is silly. Devs never touch. Well, devs don't touch the either, but which either? Never was about power, just x86 was not about performance. x86 was about easy programming in the 70s when people wrote assembly. Trap, most devs don't touch the either, but the compiler does. And killed everyone else in most RISC family deliver on their promises. Which promises? The only x86 promise was compatibility. Like, x86 only killed everything else due to... Actually, without Windows, they wouldn't have killed anything. It's the usual being at the right time, at the right place, and not making the most stupid... expanded and became more... No, but the x86 complexity is out of another world. I'm pretty sure if you would make a Ryzen CPU that's ARM64 or RISC-V 64 even native, like with scalable vector extension 1 or 2 and stuff, like if you put the same engineering into all the speculative out of order things and stuff with an ARM front end, like basically removing, and yes, I'm I'm an expert, right? I'm aware that the CPUs internally are not x86 anymore. They are internally RISC-86 since 1998 or whatever. But I'm pretty sure you would squeeze, like if you have the same backend, like from the same execution blocks, cores, with a native ARM64 frontend and no x86 systems in there, I'm pretty sure it would be some percent performance faster, like maybe 5 or even 10 or whatnot. If you had not to deal with all the overly complex x86 real mode and 16-bit, like, I mean, it's not that much silicon, but it's quite some silicon. And then especially, like, you probably could have a whole, like, you would remove so much complexity. Like, I'm pretty sure if AMD did an ARM64 native silicon, it would be slightly better than Apple's. Because why should it not be? I'm pretty sure the and why should it not be? Like, if you remove the real mode and other cursed old garbage and never used instruction support and shit, I'm pretty sure it would be slightly more performant. I mean, I'm not saying it's double the performance, but like, why should a CPU, like a native, let's say an AMD native ARM64 CPU similar to Apple's, why should it not be faster than this uber complex and difficult to, like, even going wider decode? Like, everything is simpler in ARM64 or RISC-V 64. Like, even going wider, like the modern ultra wide instruction decoders and the resulting opcode, micro opcode cache stuff are just crazy complex to sustain x86 peak performance. So yeah, anyway, it's not like developers saying, it's all the x86 either stuff. It's not about developers. It is about performance and efficiency in the CPU. I never said anything of this is... But the whole point of RISC was we'll have simpler designs and need more instructions to do the same thing. Well, that happened at DEC Alpha. Like, the thing is only that Intel had more money. DEC Alpha was outperforming Intel by a lot. And when MIPS stuff, like SGI MIPS stuff came out, it also outperformed Intel. It's just, the stuff was expensive and niche, and Intel could just scale. Also, Intel, in the early days, in the earlier days, Intel had a better process. So usually Intel was for the longest time often one whole process node or ahead. Most competitors struggled even to get decently modern process. You say ARM in the data center fails to outdo in performance. That is why I'm saying ARM. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why RISC-V is not fast yet, because it takes decades of expertise. That's why I'm saying the same amount of work and stuff. That's just because it's different companies. Also, like, they need to avoid patents and stuff, right? That's why I'm saying if the same design team with the same resources and stuff, like AMD would with their stuff, so it's not as much about ARM versus x86. It's always the whole microarchitecture implementation of the whole. That's what people forget. That's what people from the beginning to today forget about RISC-V. What is this Bible term? What is English words difficult to simplify German. Yeah, decoding 8086 variable length instructions, that is fun. That's what I'm talking about. It just took Apple engineers, gave them this. If you took Apple engineers and gave it RISC-V, it would be fast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Of course, either matters little. That's what I was always saying. But that little, all I said is, of course, either does not matter as much as people think, except for working with it. But working with this x86 also really sucks. Working with ARM and RISC-V is like working with RISC always was neither easier and stuff. I mean, x86 even sucks as an either, but, and I say this growing up with x86 assembler, so all I'm saying is if you would take AMD Zen with a native ARM64 frontend, it would be slightly faster and slightly more efficient. That's all I said. And that is exactly the same reason why RISC-V is slow, because these companies do not have 20 years of multi-billion-dollar out-of-order speculative things. Does Porsche 917 LH have cool computer? What? I have the car with Hot Wheels. Good for you. Does unified memory play a part in reducing physical distance between? Not much. This unified memory is somewhat overhyped, except now with accelerators. Like initially GPU stuff, unified memory wasn't even good. Like when Intel did this. Like unified memory is as old as SGIO2. Like SGIO2 arrayed unified memory, which unified memory is usually slower, except to reduce cost, and these days memory bandwidth is Apple II had unified memory, yeah, okay. I mean, at that, like most 8-bit micros had unified memory, sure, but talking about big personal computer things. Initially, usually unified memory was slower, I think Intel stuff, because sharing memory bandwidth, like wasting so much memory bandwidth with CRT scan out and stuff. Unified memory only became faster, I mean SGIO2 aside, but SGIO2 was also a huge cost down reduction thing. But an initial unified laptop memory was always slower because wasting so much bandwidth for display scan output. It's only fast now because of the embarrassingly wide memory bandwidth, big caches everywhere, and then sharing textures, like being able to, like, also for all the acceleration stuff. Unified memory, that it seems amazing invention by Apple with Apple Silicon. Yeah, I'm only pointing this out that SGIO2 had this in 1996 or whatever, that people always like I was like, unified memories, like, which, I mean, not only SGIO2 in 1996 or whatever, but also Intel or other laptop stuff like unified memory, just like Intel i810 or whatever laptop silicon things. But design is much more than either. Yes, of course, I always say this. All I said is, if AMD and Intel would do a ARM64 CPU, it would be slightly more performance. So, and of course, if you get some Chinese cheap YOLO garish wipe coded RISC-V thing, then it performs like an Intel Atom from 20 years ago. But that's what I mean with it takes some serious out of order speculative execution things. Unified memory versus split is a trade-off. There is no solution. Yeah, I mean, one solution is like some things had some side band cache, right? Like AMD Fusion things with, or like even AMD, yeah, certainly some side band, but anyway, yeah, it's always a trade-off. I mean, it's mostly, I mean, unified memory is mostly cost-down trade-off, except now that performance is so high that it certainly still is a cost-down trade-off, but given shared, like accessing shared texture or neural network inference, NPU, shared memory stuff can be beneficial of not doing DMA but just writing into the data. And what RISC-V board do I use? All of them. Most. I'm thankful in the position to work all day and each public holiday on stuff for free, that some companies start to send me some stuff. Recently, this deep computing Roma thing here, shout out, they sent me a free board. But also RISC-V International, like, shall I subscribe? The more you shall I subscribe, the more companies support me. Also, the RISC-V International donated Milk v Pioneer, 64 thread thing from years ago, and Macres, Milk v Macres, and Star5 Vision 2, and I also purchased initially the RISC-V Unmatched there from Sci-Fi 5 and things, and one viewer donated a Mango Pi MQD subverse in Intel Atom because it has internal frame buffer that makes them feel fast. Mango Pi MQ Pro? Was it that bad? Maybe also Linux kernel bad, but recurring theme here. Actually, viewer donated an MQ Pro thing, which is amazing. We should actually support that better. Here we actually procrastinated too long and forgot to... Where am I even on which we forgot to log in there? Do more updates here. Podofo here, look at that. Things. Yay, amazing. Let that sleep again. Oh, something failed for RISC-V call against is a property of things. That's probably libical, because of course they probably changed the... I thought so already, but I thought like libical, how important could it be? So much to ruining your release with some quick update before you ship it. What could possibly go wrong except some API breakage? Yes, if we would stop update, if we would stop updates. libical, what's couldn't find relocation of recompile fpic thinks of parse mime from file. Is there a patch for that already? Hear me out. What if we just use T2 as a metadata? So what's in the framework laptops? Amazing in principle. The earlier ones I didn't like as much because too plastic flimsy. The Pro looks amazing. Yeah, now that they have a more sophisticated case, I can order one more. Although like some small things annoying, but basically like other like any other laptop vendor, like this hardware around the display corners are super silly from the high resolution display. Not sure, like maybe because they source this display from somewhere. And that display had that, but it's also just pure silly. But anyway, public Bluetooth. Do they have here? A Git thing. Here's some GitHub Blue thing. If that made a real estate in US apps, that should work. Blues, official things, Blues. Okay, let's see. Do they maybe have a patch already for hours ago? Decode support for things. What was it? iCal. Maybe we should use a clanker for that. Port shit to that chat. 586. What do we have here? Blues of Blues things. 586. Yes. Maybe we could also just revert it. Do they have here news? iCal calendar protocol and data. Do they have here any? What's it? The things, issues. Why do they have here 500 and then call it non? But that's just libcal vcard, huh? Major release, not source or binary compatible. Yay. I mean, why do open source people constantly do that? I mean, is it so difficult to... I mean, Apple would really do that, or Microsoft Windows, right? But open source people, hey, we can break shit. Let's break shit. Would be too good if we would have stable APIs and stuff. Why did I change libical? For what reason? For G-object introspection stuff. For open. All the sort, what? All the sort with AI, yeah, wonderful. JVM, snappy on it, but even things feels laggy. It's probably, it's maybe more that the modern Linux graphics stack sucks and ought to have XAA 2D because certain doesn't have anything more than, yeah. That's why we, yeah, ideally we need a more modern, amazing graphics stack, but committed this just to revert this, yay. I thought already when I updated this, it's like, yeah, if that doesn't break some API, but thought I'd give it a try. What we don't try, we don't know. No, we know, break shit. But this here we could graph is 1450. Let's not revert that here, and maybe, oops, this already. Actually, then it needs data would update this again. I mean, this is what I really hate. I always hated this, like since I was 16 and found Linux. It's like the constantly breakage, and nah, that was a spelling right. So then, Notepad, your English Notepad will available in Mac, is available now for Mac OS 2 years. Don't know how to make color things, can't stop cloning, maybe my question will be visible, lol. Cloning thing, yeah. Okay, thank you again for whoever yesterday pointed out that the font looks thick. I like it much more with intense colors, not bold. Maybe we should patch those defaults. What else is going on today? As I said, Phoronix makes this shit up, right? I'm 99% sure it had nothing to do with the HDMI forum and just AMD's lawyers not approving the stuff. Like, you know, from AMD didn't have the time and lawyers chickening out and stuff, of Phoronix rolling here some fake news drum rolls of like the HDMI forum. It's like, can we make journalism great again and not like people making random shit up pretending it's news? It's I hate this unserious amateurish reporting stuff. Like, maybe people should study journalism. The thing is, people don't even recognize quality journalism anymore. People, I somehow like, yeah, like now that people don't use quality. I mean, not that in the 80s newspapers were always amazing. There's certainly a difference between AAA top-notch newspaper things and like small village newspaper things. But like due in the 80s, like even small village newspaper things were more quality reporting because people studied some journalism things than this modern crap. Anyway, that's probably it then mostly. We did some things, updated some things, have this Qualcomm thing is as amazing as, yeah, we figured some things out. Still isn't fully working. Basically, the last things to have everything fully working. It is what it is. PC, Mac, and byte days. I meant like more general, like everything. Yeah, better don't open Phoronix not to get bad mood here of randomly. Okay, what? Where did I park my Discord? And yeah, then the yeah. I don't know how can we even make. How can we make the world great again? I don't know. I need a learning path. I got time. I just need to do it in order. Have you tried and installed it to Linux? I think everyone can learn a lot installing T2 Linux. Beside from that, or what do you mean learning path for T2 Linux or for... Otherwise I have here learning path if you want. I don't know what you want to get into that now. Otherwise here is that for people who want to get started with things. Okay, amazing. I wonder how much slower, did we benchmark how much slower the latest compiler is? I feel like maybe one day reboot ARM to see if the firmware works. What do you mean with firmware? For doing what you do? For doing what I do, you need to don't delay and install T2 Linux today and then just fix everything and make T2 Linux work again. Good, we did things, that stuff can build, where are we, 700 stuff. I should actually go here one night. I should go here through this mess on my random build server things. Oh, do I have here too so much? That's in conflict. That's oops. Oh, that's the hostname stuff. Oh, I apparently had here more. I had here uncommitted changes. Oops. System type, maybe model name. Ah, model name. I think it was only the model name. Oh, their model is set. Why is this in here? This is wrong. This needs to be here, of course. Yeah, I guess if there's still something missing, then so be it. Yeah, maintaining an open source project Linux distribution only full-time job. Running Debian sit and have a lot of trouble with NVIDIA driver and Wayland. Don't feel like changing distro. I don't feel like changing distro will help. Maybe yes, but best also don't use NVIDIA. I mean, actually, if you, on Wayland, Wayland probably will not just work nicely with, you probably want to use T2 Linux with, we also ship Xorg, and I think someone here is using NVIDIA. But yeah, that's what you get from using this low quality choice that is NVIDIA, that they're non-open source friendly, not supporting stuff. Vote with your wallet. Don't brought things many years ago before I knew. Yeah, NVIDIA is bad. There it's a lot of YouTube influencers, gaming marketing hype of not Linux friendly, not, yeah. That's what quality journalism, instead of pointing out like shady business practice and stuff, like people watching modern YouTube influencers, gaming, fast go by. Stuff like basics. Bro, can you upload? No, I can't. I don't have time. I run a company and an open source project. I have negative time. There are probably other YouTubers who do basic things. Hypervisors for memory introspection and reverse engineering. Okay, so you guys, yeah, we have one other issue that QEMU basically. Next, we also why is my to do only growing? Why I could cry? Oh, 5.5 hours today. Oh, 17:30. Oops. Why is everything a full-time job? Why? Booted T2 yesterday on a Windows XP laptop. Fun to see Plasma 6 and Wayland on a machine. Too old to even run. Cool. Happy to hear that. Can't use X11 without issues, but I love Hyperlink just being pippy. And then get a cheap Intel Arc and sell your NVIDIA thing on eBay, or put it on a nail it on a wall behind you. Better do full-time job or start farming? What do you mean start farming? Probably in this war and AI times, farming always a good idea. Also, most people in IT are depressed and unhappy because have you seen all the buggy and depressive IT and stuff? According to many studies, most IT people want to get out of IT because everyone that's also, yeah, not using T2 Linux makes you depressed, so don't delay. Doctor's recommendation, I heard allegedly, I'm not a doctor, but some doctors say using T2 Linux makes happy and can cure IT depression. So we fixed things, we bettered things. So let's see who's online to rate you to. Have a good public holiday, and don't forget to share, like, subscribe, and support our work here through any of wrong click means. You work on a farm. That's very YouTube questions here. We're dual streaming on things. 25 streak. That's amazing. And yeah, don't delay. Support that today, and hope you enjoyed to learn something. And see you next time. Enjoy. You know, after so much time, better stop detox, unsubscribe from everything else. And after watching our stream, best go out, touch some grass, do some farming, and see you next time.
The fight, no lockdown.